Okay. I seem to be in the proper. I think I did it right today. Oh, let's see, close this. Oh, I can't post it from my phone. That's unfortunate. It is what it is. Can I post it from the actual YouTube app? It does not look like it. I would rather not open Discord from my computer. It tends to slow down a bit. Right. I'm going to open Discord real quick and no, I'm not. We should be good. Oh, yes I am, because that's not what I... Hold on, that is not what I wanted to do. I want to share... Yes, here we go. Yeah, there. Get next post out there as well. Might as well, why not? Now the question is, did it post properly? And yeah, it did. Awesome. And chat should be good. I think I'm good. I did use a little bit different settings today, so hopefully it doesn't affect the quality of the video. If it does, then I can revert back to the old ones, but it seems maybe fine. It doesn't work with the 40 2K resolution, but yeah, it is what it is. So yesterday we left off. What were we doing? We were preparing to make some solar panels and accumulators. I need to lower my mic, get it a bit out of the way. So we needed to hook up batteries, which we have. We need to hook up. I need to bring in iron plates. Why is this going? That's okay. That's fine. That's going to be our batteries. We're keeping batteries contained pretty much within this area. Sulfuric acid is good. We just need to bring in some iron plates and some copper plates. For this one, no, I wanted to pay attention to this one. We need iron plates, we need steel, we have steel, we need green circuit, so that is mostly set up right. Did I? Please tell me I marked this. I did not. RIP. That's fine. But one of these was iron plates, one of these was copper plates. So which one was copper plates? This would have been copper plates here, right? Yes, copper plates are going down here, so then this one is iron plates. Let me get these marked. That is copper. Plates. Where'd you go? You gotta go. This is iron plates. This also... No, okay. That's wrong. That is not iron plates. That is iron plates. This was probably green circuits then. Let's double check. Why are you... Hold on. This is so wrong. This is... Steel? Hey, give me that back. Whatever. So this is green circuits, right? Ah, I hate not completing. This is not good. That is green circuits. Okay, so we're good with green circuits being there. Steel is fine. We need to get in iron plates, which are going to come around here, and copper plates, which are going to come in from here. This line is going to go bye-bye. Don't you like the Space Casino model? I do not like the Space Casino model. My thoughts on it are... Okay, so before we get into that, I have a question. How is the video quality, and when you type something, how, like, let's say real time is my response? Because there's been a bit of a delay. I've adjusted that, but I think the video quality is going to suffer a little bit. I unfortunately think the video quality is going to suffer a little bit, I should say. And I'm very... I have a lot of thoughts on the casino. Steel is good. I think that's all we needed. Batteries are going to start functioning now. I have all of this set up right, so this is good. We need to reconnect a lot of this stuff. So I'm gonna have to remove this. Why did this turn out fine? I'm gonna have to go behind the RoboPort. Perfection video quality, maybe only your avatar. Yeah, it's a little bit low quality. That's largely because my camera. I think I got like a whack my mic. I got like $180 Canadian camera. I wasn't sure, like I wasn't totally sure if I would be like doing this, like, so I just kind of like quickly bought one. If I'm going to continue to do this though, I'll probably upgrade. I can always use this one as like, my cat likes to sit beside me, so I can maybe have a little cat cam pop up or something. I don't know. I was worried that the video quality... Oh, right off the hop. Okay, that's the same area. That's one of the same areas that we were getting attacked yesterday. Yeah, I was a little worried that the video quality would be down. Oh my gosh, rocket fuel. Because I did change some settings from the video yesterday, so the response between when you guys say something and whenever I respond to it should be hopefully closer to real time, depending on where you are in the world. Canada, US, probably close to instant. Europe, maybe a couple seconds, hopefully. I would guess. It's just kind of an assumption. We've been through here so many times that I have a little bit of a trail for my car. That's how bad this has gotten. I can't wait to get rid of all this. Alright, so we're going to beef this up. I have repair packs. I do not have ammo. Ooh, that is... We're just going to take some of this for now. I'm going to add it in another one. We're just going to do like a little bit of ammo to get us... I'll go get some. 1440, 60 frames per second. Nice. Okay, well, that's what I would hope for. I had a lot of issues whenever I upgraded. 1080 is nice too. I just recently upgraded from a 1080p monitor to a 1440, and that like threw off so much stuff. Like I had whole like recordings that just went to crap, and I had to redo because my OBS screwed up. Where am I? We need to go down here. I should have some ammo left over from removing my maul. I do. Okay, four's not gonna... Oh, there's some more over there. Four's not gonna cut it. That's better. That's way better. Okay, so the goal of today is I want to get to Volcanus. I can't keep babysitting these spider attacks. I do not have a large enough bot Roboport grid, let's say. I do not have a large enough coverage, and I'm not going to. Like, this is the extent of our coverage. I don't have a big enough coverage area to actually kind of contain this with the bots. So once we leave the planet, I need to be like on it, and we need to go. We've been attacked here 3 times now, so I'm just gonna add in a couple of those. I can hear them over here, the worms. Do you guys ever get like... So it's funny that I'm asking this question because I have 3,500 hours into this game, but do you ever have such... Because it's more like an, looking for maybe like an anecdotal thing. Okay, so one example is like my starter base was over here somewhere. Every now and then, whenever I'm going through clearing stuff, I'll just like randomly hear a worm noise, and it's like I've cleared out all the worms in this area. There's nothing within the visible area. You guys ever have that? Or it's possible, like, if you're not playing with... Whack. Whack. Oh. There we go. It's possible, I guess, maybe if you're not playing with headphones, you wouldn't... Or maybe not hear it. Man, it is... Going from rocket fuel to... sorry, coal to rocket fuel has been... Excuse me. No, I don't want those. I should have gone all the way over. Yeah, I'll just randomly hear a worm, and it's like... Okay, I guess? Alright, let's see how this is doing. Batteries... Fine, we might have to limit these. I don't have any deciders, do I? No, I have 6. Okay, so we are getting in. Some accumulators. Did I limit these? I did. Okay, that's good. I was a little tired last night before we ended this, so... Green circuits. That should be the last thing that we need for solar panels. So kind of the goal of this is, I mean, obviously we need solar panels going into space because I do not have nuclear. I need to reconnect all of this. This is going to be a pain. Oh, maybe not. Like, oh, that is so janky. I'm not happy with this. I can probably... I'm way more happy with this. Okay, this is better. This is going to have to go. Green circuits are going to have to come in here. Steel. We're just going to have enough room for this. And it's going to hop over. And we're going to have to do some funky stuff to get it back over there, but whatever, that's fine. Hop. Okay, so we're just going to have to cut across the front. It's fine. Like, this is why we leave space. We can awkwardly shoot this one right back over. It's gonna have to go one more. Inventory is gonna like yell at me soon. I can feel it. A little bit of awkwardness there. That's okay. So the topic that I wanted to talk about today, which I think is gonna be a decent one. Hold on, let me figure out what I'm going to do with the copper. Copper can go straight in. That one will be fine. Wow. One of the reasons why I didn't do anything on the corner over here was exactly this. I knew it would be a pain to bring everything back in. But you know what? I really needed these. And yesterday we also did the components for rockets, so that's good. Please do not contaminate. Thank you. So this is our steel. The steel can just run right back in. Man, for those of you that have been watching me for a bit, you know I do not like stuff like this, but it is what it is. Same thing over here. What I had to do with the blue circuits and the LDS. But we only have to look at the planet for a little bit longer now, right? Yeah, so the topic that I wanted to discuss was like what kind of games motivated you guys? Like what got you into like actually playing games? Like there's a lot of let's say like what kind of influential games have you had in your life? So I'll give an example of one of mine. So I I absolutely love and this is all of this bleeds into how I found Factorio. So I started playing Dyson Sphere Program 3 years ago, 4 years ago, something like that, and that was largely because I very much enjoy like space and science fiction and stuff like that, and just loved the idea of all of this. This is gummed up. Probably not a bad. We do need this to keep moving. Um, and one of the games that actually like really kind of pushed me in that direction was a game I'm sure a lot of you know called Homeworld. It was one of the first computer games that I ever bought, and my computer was so crappy. My mother's computer was so crappy that it couldn't run the discs for Homeworld. But it was like, man, that was one of the first times that I like really got into like the story, the atmosphere. It was so amazing. So that's one of the things that I wanted to talk about today was like, what kind of games have you guys played in the past? I mean, I've been very, let's say, out of the loop the last 2 decades, thanks to World of Warcraft. It's really unfortunate. There's so many games that I wish I could have played, but I didn't because of World of Warcraft. Some of them have been, let's say, in the last 5 to 10 years. Some of them recently. Do I want to limit this? For factory games, I started with Factorio, then Satisfactory, then Dyson Sphere Program, and back to Factorio. Quality is a game changer for Factorio. Yes, I agree. A game that was already a gem before, but got better. Space Age is amazing. So yeah, I had a very similar setup. So I started with Dyson Sphere Program, and from Dyson Sphere, like, and that was right up my alley, right? Uh, Second I started playing it, it was like playing Minecraft for the first time. It was like I couldn't stop playing it, and I played that for a bit. Realized I suck at these games. Started looking at content creators to try to figure out, okay, what am I doing wrong? Is there a better way of doing things? That's how I ended up getting. I got Satisfactory second, and then I started playing that with my wife. My daughter also enjoys it too, from time to time. She's obviously not gonna, my daughter's not like, oh, let's go build something. My daughter's like, I want to explore and fight stuff. So, um, but I played Satisfactory with my wife, and she loves it. My wife is, she's not a builder either. I do all the building, all the, running around and killing stuff. She likes to sit there at the base and like turn in the research and send off the rockets and collect things and stuff like that. She does a bit of exploring and, fighting and stuff like that, but she's mostly the stay there and stay put. After Satisfactory, I got into Factorio, and I hated it. I could not stand this game. It was so difficult compared to the other two. The other two are way more user friendly. So yeah, I started Factorio and I didn't like it. I played around. I think I gave it a good month, maybe a few weeks. I never beat it, and then that was it. I was done. 4 months later, I come back and I gave it another shot. I used a full guide, someone else's guide, to kind of get me on the right track and get started and figure out how to actually play the game. The next time through, the second time that I played, the second full time that I played, I did the same thing. Hello, copper. Okay, that's fine. Played through the whole thing, used someone's guide. The third time through, I'm like, I'm gonna try to do this on my own. And I started doing things on my own, figuring things out myself, and that's basically ended up getting me where I'm at today, or at least close. It's not why I started making content for Factorio, but it had a lot to do with it. But yeah, Homeworld. That's my Factorio origins stem from Homeworld of all things. Okay, we have a space platform that I've named White Science. We're not doing White Science. I'm going to rename this if I can't. I've never renamed. There we go. So we're going to name this. What should I name this? I don't even know. We're going to end up replacing. So we're going to go to Volcanus first. So I'm just going to call this Volcano Supplies. It'll be the one that gets us there. Okay, let's just... It's a piece of junk. It's going to be a piece of junk. I know it's going to be a piece of junk. Let's just get some stuff up here. Not going to be big. It's going to be pretty small. Something like that. Do I have this set up for automatic? I do. We don't have that many space platform foundations either. I have this like junky little section that's... I'm not happy with this, but it is what it is. 1.2 Satisfactory is reworking the fluid system. Oh, thank God. Maybe it'll be better now. I love Space Engineers also. So I tried Space Engineers. This kind of ties into me and YouTube a little bit. So the way that I discovered Space Engineers, and I felt bad for the guy, and I get it because now I'm starting to kind of have this like similar experiences. So I watched this guy. He was playing Space Engineers. He had the whole video. I think it was like 2 hours long, and he was... What the heck is that doing there? And I can't pick it up. That was weird. So he had this machine that he made, and I kid you not, for 2 hours I watched this guy drive over a hill. He kind of like ramped the hill into a tree, flipped his machine over, and spent the next 2 hours trying to fix it. I just couldn't believe it. I'm like... So whenever I looked into his channel, which, you know, is maybe something that you would do, this guy was, let's say, a professional... Sorry, Mike. This guy was like a quote-unquote professional Space Engineers player. And I only say that because of the amount of time that he had put into the game. He had thousands of videos, and not one of them had cracked like 500 views. I felt so bad for the guy. He'd been a kid, like, playing this game, playing Space Engineers, and making content for it for 7 years. Anyways, I looked into it and I was like, okay, I'm gonna check this out, Space Engineers, and I dabbled with it, and man, I swear I played for like 4 hours and have no clue what I was doing. I felt like I was mining just like minute amounts of like nothing. It felt like a game that would take you like 1,000 years to play. I was almost certainly doing something wrong. You also like Minecraft. Minecraft, I have a love-hate relationship with Minecraft. I was more into the like crafting rather than like the you know, the creepers and the fighting and the survival aspects. But it wasn't as fun to me when you weren't doing like survival stuff. Okay, I have a little bit of a problem here. I have red circuits that are not moving, so we're gonna figure this out real quick. Where am I being backed up? How did I get contaminated? That is really unfortunate. Oh, someone pointed something out in one of my videos too. I have a belt that's not reconnected somewhere. Never mind. That was my YouTube video. This is a little bit different than the update than the YouTube video. You're right next to the steel red belt input. Thank you. Excuse me. I'm gonna have to red. Good catch. Okay, so I need to go chase that down. Oh my gosh, that could be anywhere. Where's the car? This is why I love this game, because it's so easy to make a mistake. Okay, so I don't see any here. So, okay, it's not that far out. It is most certainly going to be pretty far out. I've got a couple of underground belts that I'm going to have to skim through too. So, I don't see any right now, but okay, there it is. We're going to get to the root cause first, because thankfully it's only on the one side, though. This is a game about fixing mistakes that you yourself have created, right? Oh my gosh, I've been sitting here talking for how long now, and this is sprinkled. We have red circuits being consumed at the blue circuit, so we're just going to go down there. Man, it managed to get pretty deep. Because none of it's moving, it's kind of hard to figure out, like, where does it actually go? Tell you what. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. That's the problem, because this is filtering, so there is steel. You might be able to see it just under there, so there's steel there. So I'm going to put a chest here. Okay, I'm going to put a splitter. Stop it. Splitter, filter for steel on the right. I'm just going to put a chest down and give this some power. Games like Minecraft are paradoxical. You build so much, yet playing alone feels empty. Yeah, I agree. It only comes alive when shared. So whenever I started playing Minecraft, there was a bunch of us actually playing, and oh, I need to sorry. So contamination here. I'm gonna cut and paste. Just gonna remove it for now. That'll allow the seal to go through. I was actually playing with a bunch of people in my house. So my wife and I were playing Minecraft. My daughter wasn't born yet. There were some other kids that would come over to the house all the time. My wife has 2 other boys. So a lot of their friends were coming over, and we would all play like a landline Minecraft together. Really enjoying quality videos. Glad you can catch the stream. I'm glad you can catch the stream too. I've been enjoying it. I like interacting with you guys. It's a lot of fun. Let's limit this so we don't have anything else show up. That will comb through most of the steel that we have, let's say. I would like to start upgrading to red belt soon too. Why did you decide to start a gameplay using quality from the beginning? Okay, so the reason why is because it's difficult. It's very difficult, and I figured I was thinking about, okay, so I don't know if you've seen my guides, but in my last playthrough, I I started setting up everything, all of my components. I started making them at the top of my bus. My bus was facing towards the right, similar to the direction that we're going in now. And all of my components were up top. And then I left my rockets and science on the bottom. And initially I had planned on putting everything at the top. And that was part of a test for a quality run because I kind of thought, okay, if I had everything on, I keep smacking my mic, I'm sorry. If I have everything on one side of the bus, that bus can be purely normal quality. I would then have a secondary bus below it that had like a sushi line of everything quality. That was the initial idea, and we're talking 4 months ago, right? 5 months ago. So I've been testing this idea out since then. So I was gonna have two buses. I was gonna have a main bus that was normal quality, and then a secondary bus that was just dedicated to quality items. So then it became, okay, well, how do I filter those quality items out onto that bus without like masses of additional space and tons of splitters? Like, how would I take like, let's say a section like this? How would I take a section like this and filter this down? And you kind of can't, right? So, like, let's say that we set it up like this, and I say, I want anything greater than normal quality to go to the right. Like this. Did I not ever test this? Are you kidding me? So it would have worked perfectly fine, obviously. But I thought about it and I was like, okay, I don't want to try to do that. Why did I not think that was going to work? I kind of felt like that was going. So what I thought that was going to end up doing. Let me get somewhere that I don't have to worry about my inventory. I can't believe I never tested this. Man, I love this game. Like, you just learn something new every day, right? I don't have anything to copy from, so anything greater than normal quality. So what I thought would happen is I thought that as everything came through, only the quality would come out on, let's say, the bottom. And then all the normal quality would just jam up. That's what I thought would happen. Obviously, I'm wrong. Oh, I love this game. Here, let me prove to you why it wouldn't work, and then prove myself wrong in the moment. So that's why I decided to, that's part of why I wanted to do a quality playthrough, was because, I've done New Player Guide without the DLC, which was my only goal when starting YouTube, and people wanted me to keep going, so I kept going. Oh my god, I keep smacking my mic. People wanted me to keep going and do Space Age, so then I was like, okay, well, I want to show something different. Like, the no DLC playthrough that I had was very generic, very... A lot of people play that way. I wanted to do something that was me and not like, kind of like almost like a copy and paste of maybe what someone else might do. And then whenever I was thinking about, well, what do I do for Factorio content after that? Like, I'm not going to just play the game again the same way. I mean, I'm not against doing that. It would bring in more viewers, but then it would alienate some of the people that have been around for a bit that, they come to my channel to watch me make weird builds like this. How can I set something up in a way that I can, have that itch? Because every time I post a poll, I ask, would you rather me see A, B, C, or I don't care, I just want to see more Factorio content? And I don't post the polls very often, but I always have that don't care, give me more content option. And ultimately, I kind of decided that probably about halfway through my last guide, I decided that, what, we're going to focus on quality. So that's pretty much where we're at now. The common mistake that everyone makes, everyone has made the same mistake when starting Space Age, is yay quality, I'm going to put quality in everything. And then when they realize that the game treats each of these different qualities as a separate item, they go, I screwed up. Now I have to go find all of the quality buried in my builds. and it's a slow burn, right? Like it doesn't happen immediately because when you have quality going through, it starts at the end of whatever build you have. Like let's say your belts aren't moving, it starts at the end of the build and slowly backs up, right? So as it slowly backs up, you don't even realize this is happening. It's like a boiling frog. You just kind of you just accept that, you know, oh, okay, I might be running out of resources, not realizing quality is screwing you right now. So I was like, I think I can manage this. I think I can do the noob mistake of putting quality in every, let's say, quote unquote, everything from the beginning. Put quality in everything. I think I can make this work. And that's a large part of why I started a quality run. Long way of answering your question, but I hope that answers your question. Okay, so we need to go to space. Um, Part of me not going to space yet was I wanted to make. Thanks, you're welcome. On solar panel production, why the belts between the yellow chests? So here, not direct insert with red long hand inserters since it's slow anyways. Why not just 2 chests instead of 1? You mean for like because I have them split between 1 for accumulators and 1 for solar panels? I'm guessing that's what your question is. So why not put them in the same chest? Yeah, okay. Um, so the reason why is because I have them filtered. If I was using a passive provider, I would totally just put them in the same chest and limit them, because you can do that, right? You can have, like I have them circuit limited. Didn't see that? Yeah, I mean that's fine. Okay, so the belts, this is part of I I initially wanted to have, so whenever it comes to quality, I have quality and the stuff that can push it up. So this guy has quality modules. He's making normal quality, but every now and then he's going to shoot out an uncommon quality. I wanted this one to only be normal quality. The inserter pulls out anything that is upcycled and shoots it down the line to the next one. And then every now and then, so like let's take a look at this over here. Uh, I have this limited to 50, but I have this limited to 50 coming from the machine. So these other 8 are probably from this first machine. So that's why I have the belts leading into the next ones, and I've obviously future-proofed. Not everything. I've future-proofed some things, because I don't want to have to worry about this later. Like we are going to come back here because so once we get some of the Volcanus tech, hopefully maybe not today, but I'm hoping we get at least a Volcanus today. Once I start unlocking that tech, I am going to come back here. So in my last playthrough, I didn't go back to any of the planets. I think I touched back on Novice for a bit, and I think I touched back on Volcanus for a bit. But I never went back. Once I left a planet, I never went back until I beat the game. That is going to be very different this time. We're going to be manually doing a lot of things, just the nature of it's a quality thing too. Like, you know, we're gonna have to deal with a lot of quality problems. I've already solved a lot of the problems, so I think I mentioned this in the last video that I made, but I do have some combinators set up that are, despite what you're seeing right now, they are actually limiting the amount of, for instance, gears that we have, which was eating up all of my iron plates. So I have it limited to 1,000. I did a better job, I think, of controlling this in the video. Somewhere down here, I think I have some problems with, yeah, so I'm only tracking this to right here, unfortunately. But as of figuring this out, that's why I'm also sending in full belts without splitting them off. Seeing you play with quality from the beginning makes me want to play like that. That's the goal, or part of the goal, I guess. I've already explored 3 planets and have level 3 quality modules. Haven't gone to Aquila yet for the legendary. And like that's like there's basically like people consider there's basically two ways to play with quality. According to, let's say, experts, right? You either all in from the beginning or you don't touch it until the end. In my last playthrough, I kind of dabbled with it in the middle because again, I was kind of prepping for this playthrough. I wanted to just kind of like see like, okay, what is it going to be like having quality? And thank God I did, because I feel like I needed quality for the ship that I made in the last playthrough. Man, that is loud. Okay, I need to turn maybe game effects down a little bit. The rockets, man. Fulgora will explode my... Oh, dude, I'm not even... Fulgora is going to be a nightmare. And Gleba. I like Gleba, though. Like, I enjoy being there. The music is enjoyable, and so part of the way that I'm doing things now, too, is how I was thinking about doing Gleba, and then ultimately I decided that, well, I was going to, like, peel in or pull in, like, full belts of the main fruits, just kind of dip them in as needed, and then I just realized, why am I doing that? I can just pull it right off the bus. So I just had like lines going through of the jelly nut and the Yamako. Surely not a nightmare. Exploding with pleasure. Exploding like with pleasure. Since you like quality and such, I do enjoy the quality. I mean, it really is a game changer, right? So, and the unfortunate part is I haven't touched any of it. Like, the culmination of everything that I've been doing with quality so far is buried in these machines. Recyclers with quality, something else? Yeah, totally. I wanted to go to Fulgora. I was debating going to Fulgora first. But ultimately, I think I need to get to Volcanus because we have no... Okay, it's not that we have no science. I had a starter base, and it was over here. Started to run out of materials. This is all that's left of the starter patches, this little copper section. But I had to get rid of it to make room for all of this over here. Recycle on repeat until something gets out. Yeah. And I actually have a section over here that is saved. I'm saving specifically this section over here on the right for any potential recycling that we might need. If I don't think that I'll need it, actually. I'm pretty confident that we can get through all this recycling stuff without having to, sorry, quality stuff without having to recycle anything. But I do have a section over here dedicated for recycling just in case. And to kind of add on to the what's with the belts in the middle thing as well, I also initially had an idea, because I don't... let me see if I can find it again. I have an upcycler. It's like it's basically like my pride and joy at the moment. It's like the thing that I'm most happy that I created. So I have, no, not ball mall, upcycler. So I have these upcyclers. Sure. And I was kind of using this as like a mental model. So I have recyclers over here on the left, and I have two items being crafted. I mean, I just put an, just a random item in, right? So two items being crafted, they would have quality. All this would have quality up to legendary. Obviously, no liquid for this, should have been something. Let's say one of these. I only used it for machines. I don't know, that. So the idea was, same situation, right? I have quality going in here, so normal quality would filter out onto the line, just be destroyed, or I would have it in a buffer chest here that would collect it from this one. If it upcycled, it went to the top row and went down until it made it into the whatever quality it was. First part is Gleba. Yeah, and I hopefully I kind of proved that wrong in my last playthrough. Volcanus is free plates, iron. The bad thing about, at least from my perspective right now, the bad thing about Volcanus is going to be it's a complete reset on quality. Since I'm starting from liquids don't have quality, obviously, so using the lava into quality, it's just a full reset on quality. Thinking about making that your main planet. That's kind of my goals here too, is I want to have like we're about to make a space platform. Let's see how that's going. That's getting there. So we're gonna make a space platform to get us to Volcanus, and I hope to have, because that's that's the last playthrough that I did was from the perspective of a brand new player. So I wanted to look at it like, okay, through the lens of a new player. Like, what are they going to be doing? What are they going to be thinking about? How are they going to dabble with some of these mechanics? How can I help them get through that? That was kind of my focus and goal doing that. The quality playthrough is completely different. I wanted to play it more like what the better players would do. I'll say the good players, the people that are on Reddit all the time, min-maxing crap and Volcanus's base of operations for most people. I've never done it before. That was another thing. I've never had the like Volcanus main base. The hard part I feel like, again, without like really getting into that specifically, the part that I feel is going to be the hardest with that is going to be space. I think that yeah. I think that just finding room to be able to do anything is going to be a complete pain. I technically, so you can cheat a little bit. You know, let's cheat a little bit. We're gonna cheat just a little bit. So I'm gonna save this, and we're gonna hop in editor. So I can generate. So I don't have any other planets. I can generate planets. We can go to Volcanus, and this is where we're gonna land. So this is the first time that I'm looking at this, by the way. And we can technically look at Volcanus and see how it's going to be. The cliffs. There's the cliffs. Our little starting area is going to look like this. That is the area coverage before we get to demolishers. So I've got some calcite here and coal. Geez, that is so hard to see. Coal in here, sulfuric acid. Ooh, that is small. Okay, there we go. There's a bigger one there. Don't do that my first time. Wait. I don't really care. Like I'm not spoiling anything for myself. I've been through this game way too many times. But I haven't looked at any of it, so I don't know where anything is. I mean, besides what we just looked at, obviously. But you kind of get the idea, right? Like, there's going to be lava in the way that we can't cover until we get to Aquilo. There's going to be cliffs that are in the way. I don't have any explosives going right now, so we're going to have to manage explosives when we get to Volcanus and start the cliff explosives. I'm going to have to bring cliff explosives back here because, I mean, I don't have to, but, you know, it'd be nice to get rid of some of these cliffs. I really don't recommend playing with cliffs ever. It's such a nightmare. It's such a pain. It was a huge pain to try to figure out where I was going to put this bus, this looping bus, as a result of that. Okay, so I have a radar. I think I found that blueprint yesterday. Yeah. So this is kind of just like a little bit of a somewhat ratioed. Do I have any? I don't have any radars. I need iron plates. Ears. We're gonna set a couple of these up around the base. Yeah, I did spawn block the biters just so I can get the keeping your hands clean achievement. Also, don't recommend. I should have just focused on quality. I should have like not had biter expansion. Biter expansion. I should have turned that off. The reason why I largely decided to go with default settings and this has been the biggest crippling part of dealing with quality is the amount of extra stuff that I have in my inventory. I'm going to turn my personal bots off so they stop. We'll clear this a little bit. Why do I have another one of those? Why not need? We're upgrading to red belt soon too. Oh, I forgot. I can also add, for those of you that have seen some of my stream before, I had this section that did not have quality, so this is feeding our steel, and we are lacking a bit. I'm going to go in and add a bunch of quality to these guys, and then this was my starter base supply. Trash unrequested, I know. I just haven't set it up yet. I don't have that much that I'm requesting. I like to keep my inventory tidy for sure. I usually don't start the leaving trash unrequested until I really have things set up, and I haven't really gone through and set this up. I should do that, but what was I gonna say? So I need to go around the edges and see if I can. I don't have to have a radar. I don't have to have like full radar coverage, but I'm gonna have some radar coverage. Because once we leave, I just want to make sure that I have good visuals on. Like, it doesn't even matter, but which items are a priority for grinding quality. At the moment, I don't really have any preferences. I do have a little bit of room in my inventory for probably if I wanted another personal Roboport. I haven't. So I always do this to myself. I'll always kind of like underperform, I guess you could say. I like an underdog coming back. So I didn't set up any science on this planet except for my starter base, which was here. And since it is no longer here, I no longer have science. So I have no way of researching anything at the moment besides maybe some few things here and there of like science that I had saved up. My goal with my starter base and not doing science was I want to do science on Volcanus until we have to do science back over here somewhere. And then the goal is I'm going to try to have maybe science here in the middle. So whatever I'm bringing back in. Priority right now is I just need to get to Volcanus, pretty much. I want to get there. We're going to make science there. We're going to make, everything that we can. And I'm a little worried about that because of space. Again, like, that's probably going to be one of the biggest frustrations that I have, I feel, is going to be on... It's either going to be Volcanus or Fulgora. Maybe a little bit of Quillo. I'm not going to have any problems on Gleba. I'm 90% sure that I'm going to have 0 problems on Gleba. But we'll see. Alright, how's that space platform coming? Let's get some more stuff up here. I only have 1 rocket at the moment. Not a big deal. I can probably just add in... Yeah. Get the bots to take care of some of that. Get another rocket going. Where do I want to put these? I only have a couple of radars. I have, what, 9? 10? 10? Let's see if I have any extras. I do not. So I have 10. For Quillo, you need the rocket towers. Yeah. You need rocket towers from Gleba in your ship and also have nuclear power. It's a bit of an upgraded ship compared to the Inner Planets, yeah. Here is not quite the ship that I... Is this the ship that I used? I think I had a different ship in my last playthrough, let's say. A Quillo ship. So this is what my ship looked like. I've got missiles on there. I've got nuclear power, filled it with some solar panels. I've got foundries over on the left. Ammo production, rocket production. We'll get there. Um, the ship that this is probably my favorite ship of the ones that I make or have made in the past. This one's my favorite. The Peon, this one here. The last time that I left Novice, okay, the last time that I played and I left Novice for the first time, I used this ship called the Peon. It had some problems. Off camera or outside of some of my recorded videos, I did have a couple of incidences, let's say, where we had to things didn't work out as intended, let's say. Um, and then my Prometheum ship. This thing was really great as long as you had very, very high damage. I do have some regrets for this. I had done a lot of testing before I made this, and I had determined during my testing that gun turrets were basically useless. Everything was destroyed by the rockets. Everything was destroyed. Everything else was destroyed by the rail guns. And I had like maybe less than 1% was killed by the gun turrets. Once I started trying to get to the Shattered Planet, I realized, man, I think those things were actually somewhat useful. Like I have, loads of laser turrets on the front, rail guns, rocket turrets. I think the little bit of like the small amount of gun turrets that I had ultimately saved me enough rockets that it was okay. Out like not having those, it was a bit of a struggle. Part of that was probably research related, but I mean I had a pretty high research for that. Um, and yeah, gun turrets. I kind of regret not having the gun turrets on that. So those are these are the three ships that I've made in the past. I have another one somewhere, some like dinky little, like the one that we're gonna make today is probably gonna look similar to this one. Fusion ship, no. That was my first test on the Peon. I maybe don't have this ship anymore. Yeah, I deleted it. It's fine. It was a piece of crap anyways. Starter ship? That's the space science that I started with. This? Yes, this is, oh boy. This is one of the first ships I ever made. This was not pretty. All my blueprints I did myself for the most part, yeah. You stole blueprints, but thinking hard about a new run with quality and zero blueprints. What do you think? I'm a huge fan. I I tend to like whenever I make these videos and I'm doing content creation, I tend to try to do things from scratch. I'm not streaming on Twitch at the moment, and the reason why is because I found out how bad my internet was the other day. The Twitch stream that I had, which is twitch.tv/AutoWand. I don't have it in the description. I should have put it in the description. If you go to my channel, I think I have it listed on my socials on the channel. I do want to start streaming on Twitch. We're going to talk to my internet provider on Monday because my download speed is it's somewhere between 900 and 1,000 megabits per second, 1 gig megabits per second. My buddy down the street has pretty close, a little over 900 upload speed megabits per second, and we only have 30. So I'm surprised I'm even able to. It was suffering whenever I was dual streaming. It was suffering. So, let's see, what would you say before that? And I definitely think that you should make your own blueprints. It's fantastic. Like, by all means, you want to use someone else's blueprints, have at it. Like, for instance, in my Discord, I give away all my blueprints for free. I know a lot of other content creators, they charge, like you have to join Patreon, or you got to pay some, like, I don't know, what are those, some other websites that you have to pay for like a subscription for, and I'm not into that. My wife was like, "Oh, you should be charging like them," and I'm like, "No." It's not fair. So I definitely think that you like learning to make your own blueprints is great. You're also thinking about finishing the current game and starting a new one with mods. Need to finish at least some vanilla gameplay. So someone linked. There's a mod that I want to attempt at some point. I think it's just like a planet mod. I think it Lawrence Plays put it together, possibly like took some of the best planets and just kind of put them together in a mod package. That looks like it could be a lot of fun. Just like 15 to 20 planets that are modded. I would definitely like to dual stream, and we're gonna talk to my, like I said, we're gonna talk to my internet provider Monday because technically we should have 900 to 1,000 megabits per second upload and download. They are not giving us 900 at the moment though, and we're probably due for a new router anyways. Okay, so I have no plans on this. We're just gonna wing it. We're just gonna figure it out. One thing that I do like to do though is, this is 8 wide. This is 9 wide, so I can peel one off of this side. Eight and 8, and the height doesn't really matter. Nine and 14. It's possible to go to the other planet with so little research. We're gonna find out. I have blue research. I've researched up to bots, and that's what I'm the most nervous. Back my mic. That's what I'm the most nervous about today, is because normally I have a lot more research. I have like more nuclear. Like I have like the last time I left the planet 4 months ago for the first time. I had nuclear power. I had good gun turrets. I had high research on all the damage and stuff. We haven't done anything with purple or yellow science. I only have blue science. Is it possible? Yes. Are we gonna make it? We'll see. I think I can make it. We just might have to manually adjust some things. Might have to. Okay, so the problems that I had before wasn't so much the damage I was doing. The damage was fine. It was the ammo production. So I think as long as we can, I might even use some combinators. As long as we like take care of ammo production before we take off, we should be fine. I'm not that worried about it. But I did have like double the research before I left last time. Slaps on the mic are almost imperceptible. I do have my mic does have, yeah, you're not gonna be able to see it, but it has these like little wires that are actually, the mic itself is actually suspended in between this like little round frame. This is a HyperX mic. I know whenever I was recording videos, sometimes it would come through. I also have it attached to my wall, which is right here next to me. So whenever I hit my table, you can maybe hear it a little bit, but it doesn't have that like reverberating like sound come through because it's not attached. Like my table's like kind of right up against my wall, but it might come through a little bit. But yeah. All right, let's get back into this. So we need to bring some items up, obviously. I think it's time. We're gonna convert over to red belts. So everything, at this point, everything that I do now is gonna be red belts. Want to know how fluids work with quality? Unfortunately, yes. The fluids do not fluid does not exist in quality. Only the solid inputs are considered yes. If solid input is high quality, the result is a high quality. Yep. I've talked about that a little bit because, so whenever I set the gears up here, you can see that I don't have epic and I don't have epic and I don't have legendary, and this uses iron plates. Over here, I have legendary pipes and epic pipes, because in between making the gears and making the pipes, I kind of thought about it and I was like, do I want to use foundries? The answer is probably yes. The answer is actually going to be a mix of both. So I'm going to be, once we unlock foundries, I'm going to have foundries down here. I'm going to have calcite being shipped here. But the downside is the quality. For me to be able to use, to be able to use the quality in the iron ore, I would obviously need quality calcite. Huge problem. This bus was thinking far away production, less quality items get. Is that true? Yes. To a degree, and that's why I set up a system here. So I'm reading everything on the red lines. Okay, let's say everything. Right now it's just I only have pipes and I only have gears at the moment that I'm tracking. So I'm tracking all of them and limiting the amount that can come through based on this. I'm probably going to end up setting everything up that way, but I was having, here, I'll just show you. You can see right here that I have way more quality copper than I have iron, and a lot of that boiled down to the gears were just consuming all of the quality. Which is why here at the bottom you can see the gears also have a lot of quality, more so than the pipes. Quality calcite with Volcanus, big miners is very nice. So much slots for modules. Well, but the downside is that for me to be able to use foundries here on this planet exclusively, I would need quality calcite of every variety being shipped in to be able to continue to use quality iron plates. Sorry, quality iron ore. I have quality literally starting from the beginning. So I have quality in the miners. So they are bringing me quality ore. I have quality in the smelters. So I was thinking about it, and I was like, okay, for me to be able to, at this point in my playthrough, I was all in on foundries. Once we unlock foundries, foundries would be coming here. But in between making the gears and a couple of days later making the pipes, I thought about it and I was like, I need to have the option to not use the foundries. I need to be able to make possibly some of this stuff indefinitely and not use the foundries, because the foundries can make both the gears and the pipes. So I was like, okay, what do I do about this fluid situation? Because to be able to make fluid with, let's say, a rare iron ore, I would need rare calcite to tag along with it. Here, where's the fluids? So I would need, well, I mean, for starters, 50 iron ore, but then I would need to ship a ton of the calcite in quality for whatever quality. I mean, one shipment would last forever, but you kind of see where the problem is. So I've kind of decided at this point that I still want to use the foundries, but I'm going to have a mix of both. So I'm going to be filtering out, once we get to the point where we start tearing down the smelters, to replace them with foundries. I'm going to have foundries largely responsible for just normal quality iron ore and copper ore. And we're going to use smelters, furnaces for anything that's in quality coming out. On these foundries, yep, that's exactly what we're going to do. 100%. And it was at this point with the pipes that I kind of decided that that's what we were going to do. Again, I was all in on foundries up to this point, pretty much. So you can see here, I only have normal quality up here and above. Why ship everything in the novice? That's another good point. I guess once we get set up on Volcanus, I technically don't need any of this. So that's another fair point. Maybe it's a little bit of sunk cost fallacy. I'm not a huge fan of putting a bunch of work into something and then not using it, which is why I'm not setting that much up in my mall. So my mall, I started with the hardest thing first. We went with oil refineries, and then pumps I only did because I have engines over here. I did not put engines on the bus, and I don't I put a lot of weird stuff on the bus, for sure. It's stuff that I've never put on the bus before, like pipes. Pipes I've never put on the bus before. Okay, pipes. Obviously not a lot of weird stuff. The last playthrough that I had was the first time that I put gears on the bus. Love it. I 10 out of 10 recommend. It's great. Love it. So I had pumps because this is where my engines are. I have no intention of using trains at the moment until we get to Volcanus. Once we get to Volcanus, totally different. Things are going to open up a lot more. I just need to get to Volcanus. That's going to be the hard part. Chemical plants are below the oil refineries because they use the same ingredients -1. This one uses steel, gears, green circuits, pipes, and stone brick, and this uses all of that minus the stone brick. This is janky. So whenever I record, once I decide to record the video for this segment, this is where the biggest change is going to be in the video. I am not going to have sticks and copper cables on the same slot. What is the limit of the output of the chest for your mall? What is the limit on the output chest for your mall? What do you mean the output limit? Oh, I see. For the most part, I do one stack. And the only reason why I do one stack is because that's usually what a rocket capacity is. So, for instance, here I'm limiting this to 50. In a normal playthrough where I didn't have to worry about, like, let's say like a base game playthrough, no DLC, I would never get 50 pumps. I would limit it to 10, maybe 20. Why do I only have 3? Wait, what is... I am so glad you asked me that question. I have not had pumps going at all. The bots can take care of that. Let's go through and double check some of this stuff. So this is all working fine. Pumps are now active. See, I had one thing, like what, 3 things in the pump? These are good. Need a lot more of those. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is good. 1. Oh, I had a funny situation with the rocket silos that I have over here the other day. None of this is quality. This is the section that I hate the most. The section over here with the power poles is the section that I hate. Let's say the second most. Precise accuracy question on the pumps. Yeah, I'm glad you asked because I did not realize that I did not have these inserters pulling in pipes. So now it's good. We're good. My rocket silos were hilarious. So look at this. So obviously we can have 2,000 steel, 2,000 concrete. That's the bulk of the material coming in here. I was like, man, we have 2,000 steel, 2,000 green quality steel. That is insane. I must have at least like 200 steel in the rare. No clue where my steel is going. It's just, I mean, okay, I do know because I have steel in like some of these, like this. We've got some steel in here. Let's say rare quality steel. Same with this. This is not quite full, so this is where my steel is probably going. Maybe over here as well. It was just kind of funny. I'm actually crafting quality silos. Yes. Yep. For those of you wondering why he's saying she is saying that, You really don't need it. The only thing that rocket silos really give you is increased crafting speed, quote unquote crafting speed. So it's pretty pointless to do silos. But I was like, yeah, screw it. Let's just do it. If you had recycled, you could make green steel chests, recycle with quality, and get rid. Yeah. So the rocket silos, the only thing that it really gives you is crafting speed for the rocket parts. It was just kind of, let's just say it was a little bit of a sink. I wanted to cleanse the quality out a little bit, but unfortunately, what I really need cleansed at the moment is copper. Copper is my biggest pain point at the moment. Crafting speed for rocket parts is amazing. Yep, but it's completely and totally unnecessary. The reason why it's unnecessary is because you add in productivity modules. So you're going to have productivity modules. Let's assume that eventually we're going to have rank 3 legendary productivity modules. So you're going to have rank 3 legendary productivity modules inside the machine. And if you noticed, wow, that is so loud. So if you noticed, I separated the rocket silos, and the reason for that is we're going to be adding beacons in the middle. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this, but once you get to legendary speed modules, rank 3 speed modules, this is basically enough to make sure that you are crafting each rocket silo. You're crafting each rocket silo in between the launches, and that's all you need. So you do not need quality rocket silos at all. So that's where the comment is of, oh my god, you're actually crafting quality rocket silos. It's completely unnecessary. I just felt like doing it. Oh, this is going to be thrusters too, so this is one of the things that we are going to need to research. Right? We don't automatically unlock this, yeah. Crap, I'm going to need space science. Okay, so we're going to set up a little bit of space science on the ship that we're making now. We're going to send down just enough. I need 500. I do not have 500 blue. There's no way I have 500 of each of these. Let's see. Are you planning on using bots instead of belts to supply silos? No. Well, yeah. No. Okay. So this is how I supply my rocket silos. Almost always. I always have a belt supplied like this. Not always. Okay. When did I not? Aquilo. I did not have it on Aquilo. It was bot supplied. And I feel like I feel like Gleba was also bot supplied. I did not have belts on, but I had belts on Volcanus, I had belts on Novice, and I had belts on Fulgora. Oh, good. You also asked how quality works on the silos. That is a good question. We figured that out a couple days ago. So unfortunately, you can kind of see that I have these limited to only do normal quality. Unfortunately, if you try to direct insert like this, it will accept the quality items, and instead of putting them in the rocket parts, they stuff them in the rocket inventory. It was not something that I knew beforehand. I love this game. You learn something new every day, and it's stuff like this getting in the way that you're just like, grr, but we're gonna solve this problem. And so so I limited the inserters to only normal quality. I need to get these thrusters. So, okay, that's bad. I need I need sulfur. I need red circuits. I don't need much more. Okay, can I do this? I can literally probably just make some some blue science over here. The other two they'll be easy. $211, $203. I'm really irritated that I had to tear my starter base down. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. I've tried to do this whole break timer thing. I don't think it really did anything last time, but yeah, it doesn't do anything. I don't understand why they, like, why do they have that option? I don't know. I think there's a way for me to... You gonna make a sandwich? Okay, like I said, I'll be back in 5 minutes. Um, I think there's a way that I can add like a I'm away screen, maybe with a countdown timer. That's probably why there's a break there. I've only been streaming for a week now, so I'm still learning a few things here and there. Anyways, I'll be back in 4 minutes. I will see you back in a second. Whew, okay. Sorry, super dad. Got another water. Made my daughter some snack before mom gets home. Okay. Oh boy. So I need some more science. I need to be able to make thrusters if we're gonna get off this planet. Uh, before we even get to that point, though, I mean, I'm gonna get some more stuff up here. So I need. I do not. I'm gonna have to manually send some of these up. I want to get some quality. I don't know how many smelters. Two? Really? I only have two of these. Do I need more than two? I need some yellow space science. We're not going to be doing quality on the space platform. We are... Okay. Let's send this up. I need chemical plants. That's what I have a bit of. We need pipes. Obviously, we don't need quality pipes because that does nothing. We need belts. Have some belts. That's not. We need inserters. We're just gonna be using. We'll use some green. I'll grab like half a stack. Where did the chemical plants over here? Love that. Do some pixel art. Yeah, I am not an artist. I wish I was a musician. I am a huge fan. I talk about it all the time of music, especially in video games. I had someone comment earlier on, I think one of my videos. I was on Fulgora, and I mentioned, man, this particular track reminds me of Terraria. Funny story with Terraria, and specifically the music. So I'm a huge fan of good music in video games. I feel like if the game is good and you don't have good music, it's okay. If the game is good and it has good music, it's amazing. Like, I recently played through Expedition 33. Amazing soundtrack. That is, like, I love it. What else did I grab? Quality here? That's all we can send up. Nah, sure, it's fine. So I had mentioned in Fulgora that this particular track it reminded me of Terraria. Get away from these damn rockets. It reminded me of, wow, we are so far away. Bro, these rockets, I swear. I wonder, is that part of environment? Does anyone actually know? I've never actually adjusted the settings for, like, trying to adjust the settings for rockets. Machines and vehicles. It'll be a while before I can send another rocket, but do I have enough of anything? I don't. Anyways, back to Terraria music. So, I'd mentioned that some of the music on Fulgora reminded me of Terraria, and someone else was like, yeah, that's really great. And I was like, man, I love it when video games have really good music. I'm a huge fan of, like, Final Fantasy IX has really good music. Chrono Trigger has really good music. Super Mario RPG has really good music. They mentioned Nier Automata has excellent music, and I agree. Hollow Knight has good music. Hollow Knight has amazing music. So I was mentioning, Factorio has good music, and apparently, according to my wife, my daughter has recently started listening to Terraria music. I have no idea how she found Terraria or how she even got to this point. So my daughter's been listening to Terraria music and wants to play Terraria. Before I bought Factorio, I said for the longest time that Terraria was the single best purchase I've ever made. And the reason for that is I bought it on Good Old Games for $2.50 DRM free, and it was the best $2.50 I've ever spent on a video game ever. And it's not even close. It was like, and Terraria was so impactful to me that I bought it on Steam after. Sorry, I just need to text my wife real quick. Um, so my daughter wants to play Terraria. I'm like, how? She's 12. Like, how does a 12-year-old find Terraria of all things? Yeah, but I wish that I had stuck around with music. It's probably one of the only regrets that I have in life was I took piano lessons whenever I was a kid, and I very, very much regret not staying in. I did not want to play the piano at the time. I wanted to play the drums. My mother is a drummer. Don't take that for anything. She was on a drum line when she was in high school, so my mother played the drums, and she I think her drum line consisted of like 3 people. Like she went to a very small school. Her entire graduating class, sorry, my entire high school, the high school that I went to had 1,600 kids, 1,600 students. Her hometown had less than that. My high school had more people in the school than her entire hometown, which was the site of a Civil War battle in the U.S., the farthest one to the west. And so my mother was a drummer. I wanted to learn how to play the drums, so I was hoping that my mother could give me drum lessons. That didn't end up happening. She signed me up for piano lessons instead. Thanks, Mom. I was actually able to contact my piano teacher 2 years ago. It was a little bit of a sad situation. I have a younger brother, and I did have a younger sister. My younger sister unfortunately passed away 2 years ago, and at her funeral, I was able to talk to my piano teacher. Don't have my sound on yet. That's fine. You can you no problem. You can watch. Um, so yeah, so my sister passed away 2 years ago of complications of liver cancer. Don't know how she got liver cancer. She wasn't a drinker, and I was able to talk to my piano teacher, and I told my piano teacher that unfortunately the only regret that I have in life is that I stopped taking piano lessons. I wish I had stopped. I wish I had continued. I did not, and I regret it to this day. Only regret that I have in life. My daughter, and I had a conversation with my mother too, because my daughter, we give her piano lessons. We have her in piano, and she does not like playing the piano. And I basically force her to play the piano. And my mother said, "Well, why do you force her to play the piano? If it's something she doesn't want to do, why do you do it?" And I said, "Mom, how adamant was I about playing the piano?" She says, "You didn't want to play the piano. You hated it. You wanted to stop." And I told her, I said, "Mom, that's the biggest regret that I have in my life, is that I did not continue with piano lessons. I wish I do not need those. Oh, I gotta put the radars out too. I wish that you had forced me basically to continue piano lessons." He goes, "Well, that's unfortunate." And I said, I don't ask a lot of my daughter. She wants to be an artist. She doesn't want to go to like art lessons. You're not dropping out of piano." So my mother was like, why do you make her do that?" Because it was one of my biggest regrets. That's why. Sorry, Mom. I should have. Did I send up? I sent up regular quality of these. I shouldn't have. I should have sent up the normal. Wow. We're we're batting 1,000 on these upgrades. You can kind of see why people like why you don't play with quality until the end, except besides maybe poking things here and there. You're about to turn on military science and build weapons factory finally. Continue to have... I can continue to have to turn off power, but I've moved to nuke. Good. 4 power setup with only 2 for now. I had another comment. Okay, so let me ask you guys this. So I had another comment. So I made a video, this was probably about a month and a half ago now, where I had multiple different nuclear reactor setups. Two nuclear reactor, 4 nuclear reactor, 6 nuclear reactor, and 8 nuclear reactors. So where's my tutorial series? So I have a tutorial series here. So, well, you can kind of see here. So this is my 2 reactor. This is my 4. A lot of this was just kind of on the fly, just kind of like this one. Oh, this is the only one that I like really put a lot of thought into because I had done it before. This is an 8 nuclear reactor setup. So in my 8 nuclear reactor setup, you can kind of see that I have the red wires connected, and I'm limiting the input for fuel consumption. So someone in my comments decided to point out to me that the nuclear reactors only get the neighborhood bonus when it has fuel, which is largely irrelevant. Like, I don't know, like, are you guys under the impression, for those of you that maybe would have known that, are you under the impression that you don't get power unless you have a neighbor bonus active? Finally turned on your sound. Glad to have you back. Because this is definitely not the case. The power that you gain is not from the nuclear reactors, it's not from the heat exchangers, it's from the turbines. The turbines are powered by, well, I said heat in my reply comment, but the turbines are powered by the steam. The steam obviously comes from the heat exchangers, and the heat exchangers even aren't affected by whether or not you have a neighbor bonus. So I'm like, I don't even understand, like, but then I'm also thinking about it because I got a couple of dislikes from my the video that I made where I set these up. I'm like, I have no idea why people dislike videos. I feel like, how many of you guys have, like, what does it take for you to dislike a video? Just curious, because whenever I don't think I've ever disliked a video in my life, and I've been obviously watching YouTube since 2005. Whenever YouTube came out, you always upvote, barely downvote. Yeah, I don't understand. Whenever I get downvotes, I'm just like, I just don't get it. It has to be a terrible video, and that's what I thought. Like, that's my, I'm pretty nitpicky, right? You like to close, I like or close the tab. Yeah, exactly. If I don't like it, it's just I'm just not gonna watch it. And that's what I assumed would happen, but I feel like I've only banned one person, and I feel like this person kind of like hate watches my videos and dislikes everything that I put out. And I know that YouTube has, like, in the YouTube algorithm, they have ways of taking those downvotes, like someone that's constantly downvoting, like, hate watching, right? And they'll remove those. So I actually watch dislikes happen, and they get removed. And I don't get a lot of dislikes, let's say. Some people just aren't happy unless they and everyone else are miserable. Yeah. I had it out with this guy. This guy was not a very friendly person. When he started being like really negative, I was fine with the bickering and having to explain myself. There's a button to say downvote, but and they don't comment as to why exactly. I feel like this has been one of my biggest frustrations whenever it comes to YouTube. I feel like I lose subscribers every now and then. I probably, like, and it doesn't happen often. I'll lose a subscriber maybe every 3 days or so. Sometimes faster, sometimes not as fast. Like, believe it or not, I have, last time I checked, I have 1508 subscribers. Great, I love it. Like, this is what, like, you guys have no idea how, I never thought that I would make it to 100 subscribers, much less 1500. So in my videos, whenever I say that I appreciate the subscriptions, you have no idea. Wife sits right next to me. I'll refresh. 1507. and I'm very happy. Like every single one, I'm very like I really do appreciate it. But I'm like, I I wish that YouTube had some way. I want the feedback, right? Like if I'm doing something that people don't like, I want to know about it because I want to stop doing that. So I'm like, I wish there was like an outgoing poll on like if you unsubscribe or you dislike a video. I wish that there was an option for them to like not force, but let's say put it out there that you can give this feedback directly. Only dislike a video with a thumbnail, title, or line in my face. Oh, I have another story about YouTube that I accidentally I've told the story on camera before, but I accidentally had a clickbait and I felt so bad about it, but it was so early on it was very impactful to my channel. You put out videos often, you'll gather those subs. Yeah, and that's kind of the reasoning that I've had. Tell yourself why you're to tell yourself why you're yes, I would just wish I knew why they were unsubbing. They have those polls for a lot of places when you remove your email, yeah. So my clickbait story. Some of you have probably heard this before. So my very first guide, and we're gonna get into space stuff soon, I promise. My very first guide. The reason why I started YouTube was because I was watching on Twitch let's say a very prominent streamer, Factorio streamer. They, despite the fact that they have hundreds of thousands of subscribers on YouTube, they only get like 100 views on Twitch a day, or sorry, concurrent, I would say. And I that's not a big deal. Different people have levels of success. That, you know, my level of success is this. I consider this to be a success. There's, you know, several people chatting. This is what I want. I want to be able to chat with people and talk about a game, or I don't even care what I'm playing. Like I could be playing anything right now and be chatting with people, and I would love it. So I made this no DLC guide because of watching the streamer. I asked the streamer. I have it on my phone. I took a phone. Yes, I'm old. I took a phone video of this streamer answering my question and saying no, they weren't going to update their older guides because the older guides were fine, and I disagreed. I felt like it needed some loving, let's say. The videos that were out for people were like 4, 5 years old. Like these were old guides. They were, you know, 1.0, nothing for 2.0, nothing for 1.1. And that's what kind of got me motivated back in March. I was like, okay, maybe I can just do like a one and done. Anyways, all that aside, part of the way through my no DLC guide, I made a video, and this is my clickbait, and I asked my audience. It's still posted. You can go watch it. I have a question. It was my thumbnail title was I have a question. I feel like maybe the title of the video was I have a question, and I decided to ask my audience, what would you like to see in a Space Age playthrough? That's how I mentioned it. What would you like to see in a Space Age playthrough? Would you like me to start a new seed? Would you like me to use the same seed that I'm using with new builds? Would you like me to have a new seed with new builds? I want this question answered. Not once did I ever mention the word guide. I couldn't for the life of me figure out why people were giving me advice on a playthrough. I'm like, I have 2,000 hours at the time. I have 2,000 hours in this game. Why are people giving me advice on how to play Space Age? Like, I know what I'm doing. It's not like I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, let's say I mostly know what I'm doing. You know, we're always learning. I've learned a couple things today. So that was my clickbait video, and it boosted my channel like you would not believe, and I felt so guilty about it. I was just like, I almost took the video down because it got like triple the amount of views that all of my videos combined had gotten. Really boosted my channel. I was like, okay, this is awesome. I can't ever do this again. I don't think I've had anything close since then, but Okay, let me go back through some of these. Um, so while you're unsubscribing, yes, don't have a very long delay this stream. So the delay, okay, so the yesterday, you remember how I mentioned that I was trying to adjust it to the low latency, but it didn't work because I don't know, something about OBS versus the YouTube. The delay should be at like the low, yeah. So it should be at the very lowest. So me responding to your yeah, whatever that latency is, that's the lowest it's ever going to be. Lot low viewer but high sub count, yeah. For the Twitch streamer, yeah. Started small, uncommon, quality mall, and I'm counting, continuing to use rare for miners. I wish I had focused a little bit more on the quality for the miners, but for those that don't know, the quality miners, they reduce the amount of stuff that's being taken out of 5 to 10 second delay, which is normal. Do you have some form of cheat sheet that tells you which planet is most efficient to create legendary tier intermediate products? No, it's all just what feels right. At the end of the day, okay, I'm gonna break down some of the planets. This has nothing to do, like, this may be right in some people's view, this may be right in other people's view. I largely did a lot of my upcycling on Fulgora, and the reason why I did this is all my perspective. This has nothing to do, this may or may not be 100% accurate. My take was initially that Fulgora was a very good planet for legendary upcycling. I used my upcycler, my bot upcycler to craft items and then convert those items into legendary, upcycle into legendary. I think technically Volcanus, even outside of the casino and outside of the LDS shuffle, if you don't know what those are, they're going away hopefully soon. We're waiting for what are we waiting for? 2.1 to get rid of the casino because it's so cheating. Like, but outside of that, I still think that from a starting point to finish, Volcanus is probably. They've mentioned that the LDS shuffle is going away. So in I think it was on the official Factorio Discord, it was a two-part thing. It was the Asteroid Casino. They were probably going to make it so that the crushers could not accept quality modules, but that stemmed into the real problem, the root of the problem being the LDS shuffle. So for those that don't know the LDS shuffle, I've never mentioned this on camera, but when you look at low density structure, someone had mentioned earlier the fluid thing, and that you only need one solid, or whatever your solids are. That's the quality that you need. So when you're making quality, let's say low density structure, this recycles into copper plates, it recycles into steel, and it recycles into plastic. But to make it, you only need plastic. So the casino is, you collect the asteroids from the top, from up in space, and you upcycle them until you get to legendaries. You get legendary carbon and convert it. No, sorry, it starts with calcite. You need wait, what was it? You need calcite to make. Oh my god, it's been so long now. You need calcite to make. I feel like it was. We're getting into coal somewhere, right? No, the calcite was for the stone. Yeah, normally you would get to the coal. The coal is what you need to make the legendary plastic. The plastic makes legendary LDS, and then recycling the LDS gets you copper plates, gets you steel, gets you plastic, and from there's so many things that you can make just based off that alone. You can also take the iron ore, the legendary iron ore, and use that and smelt that right into legendary from space, send it down to Volcanus or whatever. So that's the cheaty. The LDS is very cheaty. So they're talking about adding other solid mechanics to that. I think I think I saw that on the Factorio Discord. It's so buried, like you'd probably have to just Google it to try to find like where the potential quality changes are going to be for the cheaty stuff, the casino and the LDS shuffle. How's this coming along? I'm just gonna manually request in some stuff. Oh no, we've been manually sending stuff. My bad. Let's see how bad. Let's see if me turning the rockets down actually helped. So let's send that. I mean, it's already in my inventory. Might as well. We need this to go up. We're gonna need some pipes. I did not send all of these. Now we're full again. All right, let's see how bad this is gonna sound. Oh, that's way better. So much better. Okay, environmental. There we go. These rockets, man, I don't understand why they're so loud. You think the LES is fine? It's the casino that's the problem. I mean, they're both a problem, but I mean, you're right, because I mean, they're kind of just paired together. So, quality in the crushers is fine, just not the upcycle of the asteroids. Well, I mean, well, how else would you would have to prevent quality from going into the crushers to be able to limit the. I mean, because otherwise it's just infinite asteroid upcycling. You'd have to change the recipe. Does your power plants tell you the bonus you get? Because I'm new, so the comment that was made, they do actually have to have nuclear fuel in them to read that the bonus is there. They won't tell you before you, like they won't tell you when they're ghosted. They won't tell you when they're crafted without fuel. They do have to have fuel in there, but the neighborhood bonus just gets you the heat faster. So if you have 1,000 degrees Celsius heat in your reactors and it has fuel in it, the neighborhood bonus doesn't really even matter. Like it does, because it's like the heat is dropping to heat up the heat exchangers, but the dissipation of the heat is going to be the same regardless of whether you have a neighborhood bonus or not, for the most part. And then once it gets to the point where you deplete, like, because I limit the heat, sorry, the fuel that can go in, because otherwise the nuclear power plants just burn fuel like crazy. So you limit it, you let the heat drop, and then once the heat gets to a certain level, you feed it fuel cells back. You feed fuel cells back into it, and at that point, the neighborhood bonus reactivates, and now you get like a full burst of heat. Let's see. We need to send some of these up. We need some more pipe. I did not send all of my pipe. Do I want to try to limit my eventual thrusters with pumps? I'm gonna say no. Yeah, I'm gonna say no. Gun turrets, 4, yes. Definitely gonna need some more belts. I do not need any more of these two. I probably won't even need any of the splitters, to be honest. Okay, so I have to get space science before we leave, unfortunately. We're gonna repurpose the ship, so we are gonna make some space science on the ship that we are gonna be taking to Volcanus. Eventually, we're gonna have space science above Volcanus, which is gonna be a problem because I'm gonna have to give it some military, some protection. Sorry. I also, unfortunately, do not have enough blue science, green science, or red science to unlock thrusters. That's our biggest pain point right now, because I had to tear down my starter base early, and my starter base had all of that: blue science, red science, military science, green science. So we're just gonna makeshift. Oh, this is gonna be so bad. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be so bad. If you guys have watched me at all, like, you know, I really hate this stuff like this. Sure. And I need engines. Oh my gosh. How many engines do I have to collect 2 engines. It might have been better to just grab the sulfur because the sulfur is a normal quality. I can drag in some. This is, I'm not gonna say embarrassing, but this is part of our issues. I'm blaming the cliffs. It's the cliff's fault. Okay, I'm gonna collect. Yeah, I'm gonna collect some sulfur manually, and we're gonna take it down there where I have engines being made, and we're gonna drop it. We're gonna drop some blue signs over there. Man, I'm always on the verge of greatness, starting to produce more uncommon furnaces too. I unfortunately did not set up quality for furnaces besides my starter base. So the starter base is the only area that I had quality for furnaces. I think I had quality for furnaces. I would have been stupid not to have quality for furnaces. I do not have any quality furnaces. What am I talking about? So maybe I didn't have quality in my furnaces. Like you have to. You know, I thought that if you have that starter base, you cut off the normal ores and put the uncommon ore into that factory. I was, so you were here yesterday. I was going to, I think off camera, add in quality to the normal ores. Well, I mean, uncommon versus common versus rare factory. I don't really have, like, I wouldn't say that there's any. My God, the difference in rocket fuel is insane. Um, like, I wouldn't say that there's any difference in maybe like the factories. I guess I could go ahead and start. What quality modules do I only have 25. That's gonna be like one row. Nice. I I thought about maybe trying to do that, but I was like, nah. Oh, I mean, you were here whenever I made the rocket fuel. Squeeze. Where can I squeeze? Give me a squeeze. I am so, like, honestly, I'm so sad that I had to tear my starter base down. That, like, everything hinged on that. I still haven't done the radars either. I have collected them. I have accumulators. Okay, I don't have that many accumulators. Gotta set it up to be able to do it, yeah. Okay, so I am going to... Why did I grab those? I don't need those. I need that. I'm gonna set up some blue science real quick. Just something to just kind of collect it and start it. Like, and I'll just hand feed it from now, like not from now on, but occasionally just to get to the amount that we need. And then we need to make some yellow science. Sorry, white science. Where did my... I'm still not over there. Sorry, I'm just thinking out loud. So I'm gonna start some blue science over here. Red and green science is easy. We can just literally just... I can just put that anywhere. Starting to tear down the furnaces for my starter base. Didn't you... was it you that just started it yesterday, or like 2 days ago? Or was that someone else? Now you're going to hook up your uncommon items since it's already built. Nice. And get military started. I do not have red circuits. We're just gonna hop this in. You've been working on the base for 2 months. Like a good Factorio player. No, abort. Uncommon. That's right, common. This is everything we need. Change your factory 3 times. like a normal Factorio player. Change your factory 3 times. It's delayed me going from space too much. So I'm gonna save it real quick because I'm gonna show you one of my other failed bases. Just like 2 minutes. If I can, nope, don't restart. Um, was this Space Age? I feel like it was in Space Age. I attempted Space Age a couple times before I had a good solid playthrough. This one? No, this was not the one. My old starter base. Look at how tiny it is. It's so small. It's a little baby. Let's see. It wasn't 5, so it would have been 2. Maybe it was 5. Wasn't 2. Wasn't 5. Oh well, it doesn't matter. It wasn't this one. Doesn't matter. We're gonna reload. You got yourself stranded on Aquila my first playthrough on Space Age. Then had to do a quality base just to stop playing and just stop playing that first run. So my first experience with Aquila was very similar. So I think I've mentioned this in passing, like whenever I dropped down to Aquila, you know, you're looking at we do not have space view yet. But you're looking at Aquila before you go and you're like, okay, well, you can make 1%, you get 1% solar power. So your first instinct isn't to bring solar panels with you. Why would you? It's only 1%. It's nothing. So I forget what I brought with me. I didn't bring anything. I don't think I brought any power with me. Oh my gosh, this story. So my very first time on Aquilo, I dropped down and went, I don't have any power. I can't get any of this stuff started. I can't do anything with the ammonia. I can't get any kind of generation going at all. What the heck am I gonna do? I knew that my ship wouldn't make the trip back. I didn't have enough automated to even if I sent it back, I didn't have enough automated. I need an output for this. I didn't have enough automated to be able to actually like send stuff to my space platform if it was even gonna make it back. I could spare like one solar panel. So I dropped one solar panel down to Aquilo. And the day-night cycle on Aquilo is very, very long. I think I sat there for an hour trying to get water to power whatever the heck it was that I was trying to power. It was wild. Yeah, that was my first experience on Aquilo. Wasn't fully stranded. I didn't have to reload. I probably could have. And I only wanted to send one solar panel because I knew I wouldn't be able to get back up. And if I lost that solar panel, I wasn't making it back home. I don't know why that was the case, but that was the case. So yeah, that was my first experience on Aquilo. So I had a question earlier, so I was asking people, and I didn't really get any responses besides talking about space engineers from N1. So, what kind of games, what kind of games did you guys start with? Like, what kind of um, what kind of games have had the most impact on you in general, I guess? For me, I mentioned that Homeworld was the game Homeworld was a huge deal to me because it was the first game that I like really got into the story. Been gaming all your life? Yeah, same. I don't remember a time whenever I wasn't gaming. I've been playing since NES, Legend of Zelda, Super Mario Brothers, Duck Hunt. Zelda, yes. I recently bought a Switch too, and I haven't had that. I haven't really been able to play it that much. Um, I've been really excited to play Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom at 60 FPS, and then I played through some of the Mario Kart game. I think I beat the Mario Kart game. Oh man, that Rainbow Road was nuts. But yeah, I started with Legends of Zelda largely. Counter-Strike. First online game was Scarab. I don't even know what that is. Won a tournament with it with a buddy, and the prize was a PS1. Sick. Oh man, those PS1 days, those loading screens. One of the first experiences that I had with the PS1 was a game called Goblet of Fire. No, not Goblet of Fire. That's Harry Potter. Um, it was an RPG. It was kind of like a Final Fantasy game. You had like 6 people in your party. It was nuts. It was turn-based. Obviously, all the RPGs were turn-based back then. I'm gonna run around and yes, wow. Put up some radars. Breath of Fire? Maybe it was Breath of Fire. It was, like I said, it was very, very like, that sounds right. It was very Final Fantasy feeling, and I think you had 6 players in your party. You got the tabard that only one is on Alliance and one is on Horde. I have a lot of fun experiences in WoW. I I mean, I played a lot too. We're talking 10,000 hours at least. Dungeon Keeper? I don't know what that I don't know that one either. What was it about some of these games that you guys really liked? I'm gonna take this satellite radar and put it on my action bars. I'll probably post this at some point. It's a unique gift because they finally got the PvP ratings score system going on. Are you talking about the classic rating or the like post-classic honor system? And you got into LoL, so that was what, 2010, 2010, 11, something like that. So me in League of Legends, I wanted to be able to get into League of Legends. Man, I'm not good at the MOBA stuff. Classic honor system. So funny story. So I had a couple friends that ended up getting. I was playing Alliance at the time. Was that Grandmaster? And one of them played a warrior and one of them played a rogue. And they no-lifed the hell out of the classic, well, let's say vanilla honor system, and it was just nuts. For those that don't know, in WoW, back then, to be able to gain an honor system, your honor points were compared to everyone else on your server. So if there were like multiple people like grinding out honor PvP points, it was a lot harder. If you were the only person doing it, it was great. You would get up there fast, and they no-lifed the hell out of it. One of them was up all night, one of them was up all day. They were both in college. It was nuts. Brings back good memories. And bad memories. Tree blazing. Tree blazing with my car. So I talked a little bit about my WoW experience yesterday, and that's like, oh my gosh. Okay, I saw the red dot on my map, and that scared the hell out of me. I was like, did I miss one? There's no way. Yeah. So World of Warcraft is how I got my name. It's how I got the name Autowand. It is how I met my wife. I met my wife on World of Warcraft. That's a funny story. That's a story that we don't tell a lot of people, but it was a funny story. I'll I'll tell that story a little bit while I'm placing my radars all over. So this was back in 2010. No, 2009. I was playing my paladin at the time, named Auto Wand. For those of you that don't know, paladins cannot use wands, so that was kind of a little bit of how I got my name. So cool that you met your wife and there. Seen weddings on WoW? Yeah, I've seen a couple of weddings on. Well, not actually seen them, but I've heard about them. Met my wife on WoW. The kind of things that you would things. What? Met my wife on WoW is the kind of things they tell you would never happen. Yeah, it was a fluke. Let me tell you. So, um, going from Burning Crusades into Wrath of the Lich King. This was around 2009 or so. Here we go, blazing some trees with the car again. I'll turn the bots off for now. I was terrible. I was absolutely horrible at making gold. So bad. I had a buddy in Burning Crusades. So this is whenever I converted from Alliance to Horde. I had a friend of mine in the guild that he was buying people's epic mounts. Now at the time, epic mounts cost 5,000 gold. That was a big deal around Burning Crusades. Sorry, epic flying. It was a huge deal to be able to get epic flying. It was 5,000 gold. It was a huge chunk of change. And he was buying guild members epic flying. And I'm like, dude, how is it even possible? Like, how are you doing this? And he says, well, I'm doing it with jewel crafting. So he had jewel crafting and mining. And I'm like, so you go around and mine stuff, and then you cut it into gems for people's gear, and you just make like a ton of profit? And he goes, well, not exactly. I don't go around and mine it. I just buy it off the auction house. Yeah. So I've got some pictures for you. Phone pictures, I apologize, but I've got some pictures for you that would be, you'd love it. So he was buying ore off the auction house. Now, obviously, at this point in the game, I'm completely oblivious to how money even works, right? Like the best ways of farming. I made millions of gold after that, but this was the start of that. And again, kind of like a story on how I met my wife. So he said that he was buying ore, and he would buy ore at X price. He would prospect the ore and cut the gems and sell it on the auction house and make huge profit. We're talking like 500% markup, right? So if it cost him 20 gold, let's say, he would sell the gems for, okay, maybe not 500%, like 3 or 400%, like 100 gold. Huge money. And he was one of the only people on the server doing this, so he was absolutely raking it in. I decided that, you know what, if he can do something like that, I think I can do something like that. So this was going from BC to Wrath. He had already purchased like 6, again, 30,000 gold, 6 epic flying mount. Absolutely huge in that day and age. I was on a small populated server too, so low population. So insane. The economy was only on that server, nothing cross-realm like it is today. And the bigger servers, sure, it was a lot easier to make money. Money came faster. So I'm like, I think I can do something similar. So I decided that I would pick up herbalism and alchemy, and I did this largely in Wrath of the Lich King. I'm going to buy, again, this is a story on how I met my wife. I'm going to buy herbs. I'm going to farm herbs. So I was manually farming as many herbs as I could for like a few hours, but mostly manually farming the fire ones in Howling Fjord. Did herb alchemy too. So I was buying stacks of in Wrath of the Lich King, stacks of herbs on the low end for 20 gold for some of the common ones, and some of the like Lich Bloom and some of those 50 gold a stack, sometimes more, sometimes less. And I was selling, and I was making flasks, and I was selling those for anywhere from 50 to 70 gold for flasks. Depended on the flask. I tried to sell as many as I could, obviously. And I had a really good market. I was one of the only ones like really good, like really doing a good job with that on the Horde side. And I was making a profit. Get back here. Whatever. I was making a profit. So just want to check and see real quick. That's good. This is good. This is good. Am I gonna have enough to cover most of this? Not in here. So there was someone on the auction house that was, every time that person posted herbs, it was just like, why are you posting this stack of herbs that's supposed to be like 40 gold for 25 gold, 30 gold? Holy crap. Every time I saw it, didn't matter if I needed the herbs or not, yoink, bought it, instant, buyout, gone. I was making so much money. Nothing compared to the jewel crafter that was making money. But I was making money. So I'm standing in the Orgermeyer auction house, and I see this mage come through the door. I had friended the person, didn't talk to him at all. My first comment, my first message to my future wife was, I'm just going to type it out in chat. Need some more solar panels. I bet you just love me. She says, stay here, I'll be right back. So she goes to her bank and pulls out tons of stacks of herbs and just hands them to me. And I'm like, what? I mean, I can pay. Like this is not a big deal. Like your herbs are cheap. So she started handing me herbs all the time. I was still buying them. Every time she posted them, I'm like, here she goes. Watch the light blue friend nameplate. Not nameplate, but you know what it is. When you're friends or whatever. Watch it dance across the screen. Yes. And yeah, that's how I met my wife. I don't know about cool. Okay, let's not use the word cool. It's maybe interesting, but I wouldn't say. You have to remember too. That was 15 years ago, right? You tell someone that you met your wife on a video game 15 years ago, and they're like, "You're a freak." That's why we don't really tell people that often. So yeah, that's the story about how I met my wife. World of Warcraft, we met in an auction house. I went on to make gold in other ways. I ended up taking over the jewel crafting market, and man, it was great while it lasted. I was supplying free flasks to my guild. No, I'm not. I mean, it was, you know, it was back then, right? Where did I just put that? I didn't... There it is. I'm heading in the right direction, yes. Should be proud I did it, yeah. Well, he quit playing. I took over the jewel crafting market. It wasn't a big deal. I was supplying free flasks to my guild for raiding, so I was dishing out, like, you know, we were just a 10-man guild. I got that guild into raiding too. I would supply 20 to 40 flasks every night for free. Okay, I'm gonna post it. I'm gonna see if I can find this picture on my phone in Discord. Are you in my Discord? Just curious. I mean, I'm not saying that you have to be or whatever, but I'm forgetting to add. I don't have my Discord link in my live channel. Making uncommon solar need to power off. You're not in my Discord. Okay. That's unfortunate. I was gonna post a picture of Oh, sorry. Yes, I do have a Discord. I Let me. I don't like opening my Discord while I'm in Factorio, but I post a lot of my blueprints in Discord. Oh, I've had a couple more people added. I'm over 600 today. Shame you can't be joining the stream today. Aw. At let's see. Invite server. Really? It's the stupid. Oh, no, let me do it this way. I'm gonna go to my YouTube real quick. Did I remove those? Okay, I'm just gonna create a new invite. Screw it. No limit, never. Temporary membership? No, I don't. Do not want temporary membership. Let me copy. So if I'm gonna copy this, and then hopefully, whenever I set up my live streams from now on, here's my studio. Whenever I set up my live streams, it should be active in the live stream from now on. What? Where did my live go? Here, detail. Nope, that's not what I'm looking for. Here it is. Okay. Manage it from here. Sorry, give me 2 seconds. Okay, so I have added my Discord. Why is my connection poor? Okay, I have added the Discord to the description, I guess, on the live video. It looks so much different for me than it probably looks for you. You always had to make your own circuit logic. Let me get out of Discord. No, I'm gonna post this picture. I'll just do it from my phone. The picture, because it's on my phone. You know, it's one of those screenshots from my quote-unquote screenshots from my phone. Oh man, I used to have a blast making gold in World of Warcraft, and this one is just peak laziness of people, and I capitalized on this so much. So this was 3-4 years ago. I was very big into gold making for a while. Not so much after Wrath of the Lich King, but where is that picture? I have way too many pictures on my phone. I went through spurts of making gold, so there were. Oh, that's when my sister died. Passed away. Where is my mailbox picture? It's the stupidest, funniest thing. I went through spurts of making gold. This was like the peak of the funniest stuff. The last time, actually, I had one recently in the recent expansion. The not Dragonflight. What was the one after the War Within? So at the beginning of the War Within, I had a situation where, literally at the very beginning of the expansion, I saw an opportunity coming up, and man, did I ever capitalize on that one. You get shards from disenchanting stuff, right? So at the very beginning, the market for the blue shards that you get from rare gear was tanking, absolutely tanking. And I was like, I went too far in my pictures. Every single time this happens, they add a way for you to be able to convert back and forth, right? And I took a gamble and I bought thousands and thousands of these things at like 5 gold a pop. And I ended up selling them for hundreds of gold per. Okay, there, I found it. Okay, so for those of you in my Discord, this is this peak laziness. You need a little bit of context, like World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft mixed with money making, and the time frame is when was this picture taken? 2019. Otto broke the Wall Street broker. Yeah. So this is from 2019, specifically December 2019. So the end of the year. Where's my Discord? General. I'm gonna post it in the general chat. Yeah. Okay. Pictures posted. This is peak laziness of people. So for those of you that maybe haven't played World of Warcraft and aren't in my Discord, I'm gonna explain the picture. So in my inventory or in my mailbox, I had posted on the auction house a simple mining pick that cost 5 silver. It takes 100 silver to get to a gold. And someone bought it after, let's say, taxes, we'll say, 1,876 gold, 0 copper, or 0 silver, and 94 copper. Wherever there's an auction house, there's someone that sells a mining pick within 30 seconds. This is. I don't think. This might. Okay, this might have been after the Brutosaur, the mobile auction house, so. Wait, did the original. Yeah, the original had the auction house. Man. And I had no problem capitalizing on people's laziness. To be fair, I had my own. Really? Did I not? I did not grab any. No, I have accumulators. Okay, there we go. Peak laziness. I was a terrible flipper though, so I tried transmog. Like actually, whenever I first started YouTube, I think the first time, yeah, the first time that I started YouTube was actually I was trying to do like a transmog channel, and I was farming the hell out of all kinds of transmog. I had a when was this? This was not Dragonflight. This was Legion. Was it Legion that I had? I had a Druid speed set. It was not Legion. It was the expansion after that. I'm just drawing a blank. The Battle for Azeroth. I had a Druid speed set and would just like clear dungeons in like literally 2 minutes. It was crazy. But I did a lot of transmog farming. Moved very slow, didn't sell very fast. Decent money, but I decided to make. I actually started this YouTube channel as Autocraft to. Yeah, try to show off like how you would put together a transmog set. My wife would come like put the set together. I would go farm it, and that was my first attempt at YouTube, and it. Okay, one of these days I'm not gonna hit a cliff, and I'm not gonna hit a rock. It's gonna happen. I'm gonna have a whole stream. I'm gonna have a whole video where I don't hit anything. Oh wait, I was already here. Okay, no, sorry. We need to go over here. That's what I get for trying to talk and read and game at the same time. Man, we really need to get into space. I'm gonna check on that little blue science that I set up here in a second. Yeah, man. Me and WoW we go way back. Good times, bad times. I still kind of like to talk about the. Uh-oh. We'll be back. I still like to talk about a little bit of my topic of the day, like what kind of games, like what games have been very influential for you guys. there's been a lot of like really key points. Final Fantasy IX for me, Terraria, cheapest or most up until Factorio, the best money that I ever put into a video game was Terraria. Homeworld got me actually on the right track to get to Factorio through Dyson Sphere program. Homeworld just opened up the door for spacey type stuff for me, and then searching. I was actually searching for a space game. I wasn't searching for factory automation. I didn't even know that the genre existed. And then I found Dyson Sphere program, and I was like, I'll give this a shot. Boom, instantly hooked. Homeworld was cool, but didn't like it. Yeah, I mean, it was definitely dated. So the thing that I liked about it was the gameplay was okay. The story, hi, the story for Homeworld, it was one of my first experiences with like a really good story. Factorio is great, so is RimWorld. So I've tried playing RimWorld because the best thing to come out of RimWorld, I, the best thing to come out of RimWorld are the stories that other people tell on how their colonies won, lost. I have the game. I purchased it. I don't have that much time into it. Let me see how much time I have in RimWorld. Where is RimWorld? RimWorld, I have to. Oh, wow, that is more than I thought. I have 34 hours in RimWorld. That is like significantly more than I thought. It was like 6, to be honest. Um, but I had a buddy. I have a friend at work that was. I don't get to see him very often because I work nights and he works days. But he's a like huge RimWorld player. Not huge as in like fame or anything. RimWorld is specifically designed to create stories, right? Yeah. And I only had the base game, so I didn't have like some of the good stuff, some of the expansions and stuff. But he was telling me, he would tell me stuff like, like this nudist colony would, uh, you know, cannibalistic nudists, and it's just like, bro, like, and you go on YouTube and watch a couple of videos of someone talking about their stories. I did not grab. I did not even grab. I went back and grabbed accumulators. I did not grab the materials that I need for radars. Never beat it mid game and then you play Factorio. I don't think RimWorld is one of those. I mean, obviously it would have an ending. I don't think RimWorld is one of those games that you beat per se. You just you're done, right? I don't know for sure if it has a definitive ending or not. Funny enough, so because of RimWorld, do slave trade and then make humans feather coats, leather coats. Sorry, slave trade from human flesh. Beating is just finding a space rocket to get off the planet. Oh, I didn't even know that RimWorld actually had like an ending like that. That's pretty neat. Then the other expansions had new endings. Yeah. So like I know they had like a religion ending or expansion. They had I don't know, probably tech and stuff. I haven't looked into it in a while. I the thought of the stories were like really awesome. Here comes quality gears. And you have my very well. I don't know about having my very own spaceship. I said I was gonna add. Okay, wow. The list of things that we have to do is about this big, and the things that we've actually gotten done. Stories are great. Um, and again, I didn't really get into too many. Like I've only seen a handful of the stories, but from what I've seen, the stories are fantastic. Especially when you have what do they call those? The directors, the narrators, the people that like artificial dudes like doing stuff behind the scenes. Okay, I we can make 4 of these. Whew, I almost lost it again. Need to turn on this factory so I can get lasers. Deal with the wildlife out there to block them, yeah. Storytellers, yes. Sorry, you are right. They are called storytellers. The AI, yeah. I should have waited. No, this is fine. This look okay. So I was not expecting to get full coverage. Mostly full coverage. I don't have. I've got some stuff. I I need to put one over here. I'm surprised I haven't been attacked here at all, to be honest. So earlier, so for those of you that came over here from my Discord, I said that I would be streaming for a couple of hours, and then I was going to take like an hour break. Um, I I don't need to do that, so I'm just going to keep streaming until I hit the floor. Putting a character and a personality to essentially the RNG is one of the greatest ideas from RimWorld. Yeah. Well, I didn't even know the origins of RimWorld. Like, I didn't even know. A friend of mine told me about like how RimWorld even came around, and they were like, "Have you ever heard of this game called Dwarf Fortress?" And I'm like, "No." And then they told me about it, and I've seen stuff about it. I have it on my quote unquote wish list just to say I have it on my wish list. Really, that game is insane. Like, and that's the start of where RimWorld came from, right? I assume that if you know about RimWorld, you know about Dwarf Fortress. Okay, so we just need one more, right? Down here in the corner. You want to play it but haven't? Dwarf Fortress is massive. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress is... Yeah, I've heard that, you know... I mean, obviously the two guys that spent time making it, they... probably not the most optimized game. I've heard that, you know, you really need even though it's graphically basically nothing, once all of the systems get rolling, like, you really need a good computer to be able to run the game for any extended amount of time. And to think that they worked on it for like 20 years, that's insane. And I've seen pictures, like, I know that it actually has like graphical stuff now, and to think that back then it was only like text based because the computers couldn't handle the visuals, like, that's just... And then they have like 100 years of backstory that is randomly created to the person. Each person has... Oh, dude, like, it's intriguing as hell to me, those types of games. I just can't do it. Cutting down the trees. You'd think I'd have a decent path cleared out by now. I mean, I have grenades. I have grenades on me. And just not doing it. Is this where that is where we're heading? No kills, like, at all? Alright. Okay, so that is full coverage, basically. Missed it by that much. Oh gosh, effed up my trains. They all want military science. Didn't set up the logic for now. I have like 20 trains of science backed up. Oh my. You have 20 trains worth of military science? Oh, just in line for that military science. Yeah, there's no way you produce 20 trains worth of military science without noticing. So what, like 3, 4 trains? Or did you manage to only fill one before realizing? I probably need to get some more sulfur. Just in line. Yeah, the factory's turned on yet. Oh, okay. That's good. Whew. I knew that was going to happen. Have all my trains on automation. Okay, so one thing that I wanted to get done is complete. Didn't set up automation for the science. So they all saw an open train stop. Okay, yeah. Oh my gosh, how am I gonna squeeze through here? What? I just heard something. Don't know what that was, but my cat doesn't seem startled. He's over on the sofa. I can see him through my monitors, so probably wasn't that big of a deal, whatever it was. Probably something on, like, I don't know, my external hard drive or something. Where did I set up that blue science? Oh, there it is. Rip the rocket fuel, losing one. I mean, I have a lot of rocket fuel in my inventory, but losing a rocket fuel every time I pick my car up. Okay, how many did this get us? 50. Not even close. Why are we, That's why. Okay, so for those of you that are kind of tuning in, we are trying to get off the planet. I am trying to get off the planet. I have a space platform up here. We need to research thrusters. Unfortunately, yesterday I had to tear down my starter base, RIP, and my starter base contained all of the science that I've been collecting. So that had my red science, my green science, my blue science, my military science. I do not have science anywhere else. So I have a little bit of science saved up. Blue, I have 370, so I need 130 more because I need 500 total. So I need 130 more. I've got red science over here. I need, I've got 203 of that. I need 297 of that. What happened to you too? Yeah. Green science, I have 211, so I need another 288, 89, sorry. Those two are going to be easy. That's not a big deal. But the blue science, I was like, I gotta grab some sulfur. I gotta have red circuits. I gotta have engine units. RIP. So I'm just kind of collecting some of that stuff now. I am gonna go ahead and I'm just slapping some of this down, right? And I hate being so unorganized like that, and just having stuff in the middle of nowhere. Like, look at this. I'm gonna have here. We're gonna do it right here too. I'm just gonna grab some. We're just gonna do something out here in the middle. Nope. Okay. I take that back. I'm gonna find somewhere that I have gears and copper, or at least one or the other, off to the side. I don't have anything like that. Oh, hey, look, there it is. You turned off your first factory, you got quality, just went with a new base, new train base. That doesn't look like Factorio, someone from my Discord. I'm gonna reply to him on my phone, sorry. Talking about World of Warcraft. I missed the of, whatever. Still on Factorio. Okay. Just with a train base instead of the starter base. Okay, so that's kind of what I was dabbling with. I was dabbling with the idea of, do I want to make a quality playthrough, or do I want to have a very heavy train focused playthrough? Keeping use it as the extra science. Still can't handcraft. Yeah, I mean, you can't. If you're aiming for quality, that's the unfortunate part about some of this handcrafting stuff. Like, oh, bro, no way. Look at yoink. Yeah, let's get some of that in there. Let's get some of this going. We're gonna limit you though. How many did I say I needed? 209, 297? 297. Yours is both. Wish you could stream. Was streaming it at the time, but now living standards have changed. Nice science setup. Yeah, bro. The best science. I don't know what you're talking about. This is how we always do science, right? It says he hasn't touched Cataclysm since. Or sorry, touched World of Warcraft since Cataclysm for 15 years. Yeah. I have. Okay, so I am mostly completely oblivious to how many people we have in the stream. I'm about to check. 14. That's not bad. Better than I would have expected. Just random inserter. Yeah. We've had up to 18. Not bad. Not that I don't care, but I generally, I try not to pay attention to that. If I had 1,000 people in the stream, I'd not even know. Okay, so I have some, I have not insert, I have, yes, inserters, YOLO inserters. Stop playing after Valorant Cataclysm. I have a love-hate relationship with a lot of stuff that happened after that. I have some really good times. I have some really good memories that are both tied into the game itself and music. Whenever Mist of Pandaria came out, I was like binge listening to this song by, I don't talk about what kind of music I like very often, but I'm a very odd person whenever it comes to music. Where's my inserters? I've got, I'm just gonna grab some, bro. I have an odd taste in music, and I don't mean like an odd taste. I have a very odd, wide range in taste in music. I listen to all of it basically. I don't like. Did I have that much from my starter base? That's the only explanation that I can come up with. This is all from the starter base. Sorry, I'm just kind of flabbergasted at the amount of inserters I have. You think I'm doing great? Sorry, I'm a little behind. Yeah, music taste has changed now. My music changes taste over the year. My music taste has changed over the years. I basically like everything except for I'm not a fan of country. I'm from the South. When you're from the South, there's two kinds of music that you listen to. For the most part. Two kinds of music that you listen to. If you're from the South in the US, you either listen to country music, or you listen to rap, or you listen to both. That's the majority of the music that you listen to in the South. I don't mind rap on occasion. I hate country. Every time I hear country music, I just want to like slap a puppy. I'm just like, okay, I'm not a fan of dogs either, so I'd slap a kitten. I don't want to have to slap a kitten. I want to slap a kitten every time I hear country music. I'm just like, it's terrible. It's bad music, in my opinion. To anyone that loves country, I apologize. Country sucks. That's one. The other one is jazz music. I'm not a fan of jazz. Or blues, really. Jazz or blues, not a fan. Top genres for me. I absolutely love screamo metal music. I love EDM. I love pop music. I enjoy rap. I'm a fan of rock and alternative. I'm a huge fan of metal. not all metal. I'm a very picky person whenever it comes to music. Very huge fan of gaming music, classical music, love like stuff like that. Metal, EDM, love it. EDM was I have a funny story with EDM too. I didn't really pick it up that much until maybe like 3 or 4 years ago. I've been enjoying the hell out of it lately. So let me get back through some of these. I've just kind of been skimming over them. You stop playing around Cataclysm. You think I'm doing great? That's great. Do you think I'm doing great with the stream, or do you think I'm doing great with the gameplay, or both? Music tastes have changed. Yeah, I caught that one. So started messing up with quality. Uh, when when start messing up with quality after unlock legendary quality, it's you either want to. It's everyone that's worth their weight will tell you that you do not want to touch quality until after you unlock legendary. You like the old stuff, feel a bit dirty playing it. You like the old stuff like music? What do you feel dirty playing? Oh, the rap. That was in regards to the rap. And I'm actually probably right up in that same category. I'll get back to where you're commenting now. When is it worth it? When is it worth it? I would say it's worth it to, yeah, wait until probably wait until you have legendary. If you're not going to do it from the start like this, wait until you have legendary 100%. You can maybe start dabbling with it before, like when you get into epic, but I the last time whenever I started dabbling with quality, I had rare. I was about to hit epic. Um that's a pile you haven't seen in Science Factory 2. Don't like country for the most part. Yeah, my taste in music, if it is if it sounds good, I like it. Yeah, that's probably closer to what I am. Is if it's I like catchy stuff. Totally get what I'm saying about country. Your picky two has to sound good and like yeah, both. Both to the okay, the streaming and the factory. Okay, I'm gonna grab some of this. It's very hard to deal with quality because it jams with factory. Yep, totally. And that's why I'm doing this playthrough, is because I kind of want to show, and that's the whole concept, right? If you're gonna do quality from the start, your lines can't stop. So look at this one right here. Bad example. Let me go over here. So this guy right here, target is full, but let's say the target is not full. You can see right above him there's a green quality red here. There's a blue one coming up here. If this line were to stop at some point, quality is going to get in the way, and it treats it like a completely different item. This is not the same item as this green one here. That's the hard part with quality. Things get jammed up, and that's why my bus is never stopping. I like to put quality 2s on your module assemblers ASAP. Yeah, trying to go harder. Well, I mean, trying to go harder is way too much of a headache to be worth it. Yeah, totally agree. I mean, not that I totally agree, because I'm obviously doing it, but here, okay, if you're playing with quality and you just kind of want to dabble with quality, you want to make a mall, let's say, you want to make something that is assembling items, whatever the last thing is in the step, that's where you want to put your quality. So let me just, as I travel down my little bus, I'm gonna show you. Sure. So here is like an example of a mall that I've used. I made this mall 4 months ago, 5 months ago. It was off the bus. Mall part 1. So I do not want the bots to do anything with this. Let's just zoom in. So as an example, you can see over there on the far left side, I've got the assembling machine 2, and assembling machine 3. In that particular case, once I unlocked assembling machine 3, that's the only place that I would put quality in that particular lineup. I would not put quality in the steel chest. I wouldn't put quality in the logistics chests either. I wouldn't put quality in, obviously, any of the logistical stuff. Basically, the only thing that you would see quality in coming from me in this little frame is um, maybe the repair pack, the assembling machine rank 3, uh, maybe the miner, probably the miners. If it is an ingredient in something else, you don't want to put quality in it, unless you're crazy like me and you try to do it from the start. That's exactly what I do, and even then, it's still annoying to deal with. It's totally annoying to deal with. So if you watched my last YouTube series, the new player, quote unquote new player guide, which I did split. I had the first half of it was new player guide. The second half I stopped treating it like a new player guide and started treating it more like a, not quite a let's play, but like maybe a little bit of a. My argument was, if you've spent the first 52 episodes with me as a new player, you're not a new player anymore. If you made it to Space Age, I'm not going to call you a new player anymore. That was my argument. Um, so at that point, I started doing a few different things. But if you watch what I did whenever I started adding quality, which I think I started dabbling around Fulgora. So whenever I got to Fulgora, that's whenever I started attempting to make my bot upcyclers. Love them to death. My bot upcycler is amazing. I had people arguing with me in the comments saying it's gonna jam, it's gonna jam, it's gonna jam. I let the thing. I put my like I turned the editor mode on. I put that thing up to max. I was running at like 1,000 frames per second, and I let those things go for the equivalent of hundreds of hours in game. Never even came close to jamming. Like, I got into arguments with people that were like, it's gonna jam, and I'm like, it does not jam. It's impossible. Not that it's impossible, but I had a ton of storage that had to be filled up before it ever became possible for that thing to jam. What does quality do for bots, repair packs, and roboports? So for bots, it increases the time that they can stay in the air. For repair packs, it affects the durability basically. So I think it's like the health of it. So instead of lasting, each single repair pack is now more valuable. And to be fair, you're not really going to use that in too many situations. So that was probably a bad example. Roboports, it increases the speed of the charge time and in the amount of, okay, sorry, it decreases this charge time for the robots, and it increases, yeah, it's basically the same thing. You have 2,287 hours in Factorio. You should have more, because I haven't actually bought Space Age. Jeez, dude. You have that many hours and you don't even have Space Age? You'll sail the high seas and see what I mean? Yeah. That's wild. So how many times have you beat the base game? You must have been, let me guess. So you probably had, obviously you've played mods. You've done some modding. So you probably played Factorio. Maybe dabbled with like space exploration. Probably didn't beat space exploration. That's like 800 hours for space exploration. Factorio is what, 1 to 200. You probably had a mega base in there. Well, if you can afford it, you probably wouldn't have had a mega base. That would have been pretty taxing on a computer. Never mod. Always base game. Congrats, man. That's a feat. Since I started knowing more about quality in Factorio, I think all the time during other games, what if this has some quality like Factorio? It would be incredible. Only me. Yeah. Well, to be honest, I'm waiting for the day when it'll never happen in Satisfactory. I could see that happening in Dyson Sphere Program. I mean, Dyson Sphere Program kind of has quality. They have the oh, what is it called? The sprays. Proliferation. It's kind of the same thing. I mean, that's kind of like the modules though, so not quite call it. It's not quality. Never mind. It's just completely ignore what I just said. That's that glue. Never made a mega base yet. The closest that I came to mega basing. So I haven't really showed this. I'll show that I'll show it in a second. Never made a mega base. My computer is great too. This time I am. Good. So I'm gonna show you my mega base. Okay, and to be fair, this is pre-space age, so mega basing nowadays doesn't look anything like this. This is not like the base that I have created in my pretty much only attempt at a mega base, and this was before I got my current computer. My first attempt at a mega base is probably larger and more UPS intensive than the best of the space age mega bases nowadays. You are not limited by the machines. You're limited by how much material you can transport between planets and then unload at a planet is the limiting factor for mega bases nowadays. Where is my mega base? There it is. Check this out. This is wild. You would, for those of you that have watched other content creators, you'll probably see a lot of influences in this. I definitely had some influences back in the day, let's say. This is where I came from. Check this out. Now, this is not a mega base per se. This was making me, I think, maybe I think it was around 500 science per minute. This is not a mega base. This is a big bus, right? This is not a mega base. This was my starter base. Sorry. I have some storage down here. This was the storage that I set up to tear down my base to be able to make what you're seeing right now. This is 16 wide, by the way. This is 16 wide. I had whole entire belts being dumped right into these builds. It's cool, but man, this was a lot of work, a lot of setup. I mean, obviously, it's all broken. This was this was the starter base. This was my first attempt at a mega base, only attempt at a mega base. My computer stopped being able to handle it at a certain point. Check this out. Where is, I have some modules down here. Look at my modules. Rank 3, speed modules, speed modules, speed modules, speed modules. These things took forever to make. This is pre-space age, mind you. Productivity modules, that's the only two that I needed. So there's my power supply. This massive, quote unquote, massive base. That's nuts. Look at this. I had nothing in between. I made this blueprint. I didn't copy this from anyone. Nothing in between. This is 100% solar field. How do I activate F4? Nope. F1. Excuse me. No thank you, Siri. So obviously, this is perfectly fine for me now. But, yeah. Look at this. My Spidertron fillers, let's say. They're all set up to, yeah. It was not all solar. It was, yes, it was all solar. This is the only uranium that I had. I don't even know what I was doing. Why was I moving this with a train? This is like 3 years ago. No, it wasn't. This was maybe like 2 years ago. This was before space age. What did I need nuclear for? What did I need uranium for? I had something over here. There it is. Nuclear fuel. Oh my gosh. Like, it's so funny seeing yourself back in the day. Like, I was not. Anyways, this is where my mega base was going. This is why I stopped trying to mega base. This is, again, for those just joining, this was pre-Space Age. This was my first and only attempt at mega basing. Look at this. Look at these trains. 4 by 16. Blueprint Alt B. 16 cars. Full rank 3 productivity modules, pre-quality. Train is massive. Dude, that's one train. It took days and days just to make the modules to be able to do this. This is only iron. Now you can see why my potato computer at the time, my like 4-year-old computer, couldn't handle this. This was only iron, and I have copper next door. It took days to make the modules for this, and I'm not even kidding. I used to turn my computer on and go to work and leave it on and come back, and like half my inventory modules would be like these would be like half full. Yeah, it was pretty wild. This is nothing like what we do nowadays. Like, yeah. You're just doing a single train. Had to redesign the whole train network to make it more efficient. So if you haven't joined my Discord, you probably haven't seen that much of my content to see what kind of trains I use. I'm not using trains right now because the cliffs. Can you link my Discord? It should be in. I just added it to the a description for the video. Sorry, the live, the stream. If it's not there, let me know and I'll try again. It should be there. Anyways, let me show you. I'll just show you my train setup real quick. I'm just gonna move this. I'm just gonna drag this up. I don't have to have it off right now. Let's put it there. Let's see. Where's my train book? Don't know where to go to see it. Okay. Let me. Okay. Yeah, I'll copy and paste it into the chat. You found it as I do that. That's fine. Okay, cool. So here's my train blueprints. Standard, straight. I ended up making this one in the last guide. This was great. This style. Using elevated rails and roundabouts. Yeah, I love making blueprints like this. It's one of my favorite things to do is make train rail blueprints. And I literally, okay, every time I play this game, I've not reused any of my train blueprints, not even once. I've remade them from scratch every single time, and it's been different every single time. And I don't know, I just love it. Yeah, okay, maybe not love, but there's definitely a love-hate relationship whenever it comes to making stuff. It's very time-consuming to do something like that. We have 158 of these. I needed 297. I have now some inserters. I have some yellow belts. You too? Yeah. So I can just make this one. I can just put this wherever because this is. So for those of you that are just joining, or I don't know, a couple people left, whatever. For those of you that are just joining, we need. I'm ready to go to Volcanus. We haven't made a space platform to move yet because we have to have thrusters. To get thrusters, we need white science. To get white science, we have to have some form of functioning science. For those of you that have seen some of my previous stuff, you knew that I had a starter base down here. I had to tear down the starter base to make room for all of this stuff, like the components for the space platforms. And I'm at a point now where I need like a minimal amount of science. I need 500 science packs of uh, red, green, blue, and white science. So I have a space platform. This one is doubling as white science for now. Will double as white science for now. You know what? Okay, we can start to set some of this stuff. I'm going to take a little bit of a break. I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break. And then I'm going to come back and then we're going to set up some white science. I just need to trickle it. I just need something going, right? While we're waiting for the green and the red science. So I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break and I'll be back shortly. And again, I still don't know what this I have the option on the YouTube studio, live studio, to take a break and it doesn't really do anything. I think I have to, but I started the break. 16 viewers. Okay, I'll be back in 5 minutes. I have no clue what that does. Doesn't do anything to the stream. Enjoy your break. Yeah, perfect. I have a so hopefully with like that's a new link. Hopefully it gave you uh member status. My chatbot. I'm terrible at Discord. Like I've had to learn so much doing this YouTube stuff and now streaming, having to learn a lot more. Now I'm an audio tech, uh, editor, video recording, freaking like thumbnails and Photoshop. Not Photoshop. I use Canva. Now doing the streaming stuff, like having to. Boy, there's so much to learn. I have so much respect for content creators after doing it for a while now. Okay, anyways, I'm gonna take a break. I'll be back in 4 minutes or less, probably less. And we're back. Got another water. So after, I think it wasn't my first stream. I think it was my second stream. I streamed on Twitch for probably, I think, like little over 5 hours. My wife says to me, she goes, "Man, I bet you're parched." And I'm like, "You have no idea." Just tanking down the water. And she's like, "I bet you're hungry too." I'm like, "I'm starving." Like, this has been quite enjoyable though. I didn't think that I would. So okay, there were a lot of people that were like, "Welcome back, thank you." There were a lot of people that were like, "You should do some streaming." I'm like, I don't know. I don't think that I would be a very good streamer. Especially if you don't have a following. Like, if you don't have people to talk to. Like, I tried to stream the other day. So I streamed a little bit of Factorio. I had, like, a couple people in stream. I think I was multi-streaming. I was not multi-streaming. What was I doing? I was multi-streaming. I was on Twitch and YouTube. And I was gonna... Because I don't want to do Factorio forever. Eventually I want to get to... Yeah, it's 18 right now. I don't even care. That's great. I mean, not that I don't care. Like, I love interacting with people, and some people are just here to watch. That's fine. A lot of you are chatting. That's great. I love... But if I'm only streaming by myself, I am the worst streamer. I feel I can't just talk to nothing. I mean, I can talk about what I'm doing, but again, I don't want to stream Factorio forever. So every now and then I try to like dabble with other stuff. Just play games you want to show to people. Well, it's easy to say that. So there's complications with it, right? My base is largely Factorio. People want to watch me play Factorio. I love this game, so in general, I do enjoy playing Factorio. I love this. I'm, dealing with the quality. We're doing fun stuff. But I would like to do variety stuff at some point too. And we had a conversation the other day about what does success look like? What do people think success looks like? And you have to realize too, I never thought that I would be in a position like this where I'm at now, where I'm making like $1 a day off of YouTube, which is chump change. It doesn't matter. I'm not worried about the money. But it would be nice. It would be nice if I could have like an 8-hour stream, do like make a video a day, have like an 8-hour stream a day, have like a video a day, which takes probably depending on how immediately knowledgeable I am about the situation, I can maybe pump out a decent video in 2 hours. That's like bare minimum. If I don't know what I'm doing, like if I hadn't been streaming as an example, probably 5 hours. I need some time to kind of fiddle with things. I want to make sure that I have everything under control. 75 green science, rare quality, sick. Rain coming down now. You're in... I don't think I caught where you were from. Whack mic. So the conversation that we were talking about the other day was, like, what does success look like? For me, success is exactly what I'm doing right now. Like I said, I'm making about $1.50 a day Canadian. I think I've at most... I had a really good peak like a month ago. You're in Washington State, TC State, where it's always raining. So for me, success looks like what I'm doing right now. This is more success than I ever imagined I would possibly get. For other people, that's making a living off of it. I would love to make a living off of it. I don't think that's in the cards for me. And so here's the way that I look at the whole situation of content creation, streaming. One, you can't just do one thing. You can, but you have to be absolutely amazing. You have to be the best at what you do, and it has to be extremely popular for you to become, let's say, successful, full-time job, just doing one thing. You have to make streaming a job. Well, so I'm not going to talk about what I do for a living, for obvious reasons. It's a Let's just put it this way. If I talked at all about what I did for a living, it would be very easy to find me. Let's just put it that way. If it, I don't think it's in the cards for me, but let's assume that maybe one day I can go full time as, streamer, YouTube creator, content creator, all that kind of stuff. Which I don't think that I can do purely based off Factorio. I will start talking about what I do for a living, and buddy, I've got some stories. I have lots of good stories that, and yes, okay, let me get my thoughts, some of the points across, and then we'll set up the white science. Well, okay, that's part of it, right? So, I might be completely wrong here, but the way that I look at it, the way that I look at this whole situation is people follow someone because of their skill. It seems like I have decent skill in Factorio. People continue watching someone not because of their skill. People continue watching someone because of their personality. So, I enjoy different types of games. I enjoy lots of different stuff. I have in my Discord, my server rules, we don't talk about politics. I love talking about politics, but I feel it's unprofessional to talk about stuff like that in the situation, in kind of the community that we've created, right? So, in general, I'm not against talking about politics. It's just not something that I feel is relevant. What was it? I think it was Michael Jordan. And I'm not going to say what side of the spectrum I lean on one way or another. But I think it was Michael Jordan said that he doesn't said something to the effect of he doesn't talk about politics, or he doesn't get involved in politics because Republicans buy Nike, because Republicans buy Air Jordans too. And I agree. Wherever my politics lie, just for clarification, I'm extremely politically, I am very extremely right in the middle. I'm extremely centrist, which in Canada means I'm a far-right extremist, but whatever. Anyways, well, let's talk about success. So people follow content creators because of the skill. That's how they discover, that's how they come across. Skill, popularity, they have to be good at something. They have to, be, let's say, exceptional at one thing. That's how they find people. They continue to watch people because of the personality, right? So, there aren't very many content creators that I still regularly follow. Just maybe to name a few, I still enjoy like a video game Donkey video every now and then. I started watching Donkey when he was playing League of Legends. Not even close, baby, right? Like back in the day, Donkey was League of Legends exclusive, and then he had a falling out with League of Legends with Riot. I don't watch, like I started watching Donkey because he was funny and did what he did, and he was good at League of Legends, and I continue to watch Donkey because he's entertaining. He's got a cool personality. I watch a lot of Asmongold videos. I don't like watch Asmongold while he's live very often, but I like watching his content. It's fun. He makes some good points. He makes some bad points. He pisses people off. People hate Asmongold because he's always right? Stuff like that. I feel like to actually be successful, you have to first be really good at something. In my case, this is, trying to be good at Factorio. And people continue to watch because you either have something relevant to talk about, something, fun to talk about, good at other, maybe you can pick up a game a little bit easier. So I have attempted a couple times, as many of you know, to kind of branch out a little bit. So the other day, and this is why I think that I'm not a good streamer, whether or not you think today is a good stream, it's only a good stream whenever I have people to talk to. Let's just put it that way. Almost like you can't succeed without having succeeded first. Like it's it takes a following to make a following. It's some weird like situation like that. He is not right on a lot of things when he talks about politics. I agree. He's actually I disagree a lot with what he says on some things, but I would say maybe politically I'm somewhere near where he is. Like he's kind of centrist too. He's not quite far right, even though right now it seems like he does because he's he's pretty pro-Trump right now, which is fine. I'm not totally pro-Trump. I don't mind. Thankfully being in the center, I can say stuff like I don't agree with everything he does, but I can see the plus and I can see why he's doing it. Like take Russia as an example. Like here in the West, we consider Russia to be the enemy, right? I have no idea why. I mean, we're only enemies with Russia because we've always been enemies with Russia. I would say culturally, we share a lot in common with Russians here in let's say Canada and the US. And Europe to a degree. Like we're culturally very similar, but we're enemies. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense to me. It's probably has everything to do with the leadership. Anyways, getting back to success, and I would eventually like to be able to be a little bit of a variety, have a variety on different situations, on playing different games that I enjoy. Problem is what do people actually want to watch me play? So the other day, I had a stream where I only streamed for about 4 hours. It's still up. You can go watch it. I think it's on YouTube. The goal was I was going to spend half the stream playing Factorio, and the other half of the stream I was going to play some Expedition 33. My God. If you guys have not played Expedition 33, it's probably the best game I've ever played, honestly. My favorite game, let's say role-playing game. My favorite role-playing game up until Expedition 33 was Final Fantasy IX, for a lot of different reasons. Gameplay, music. Expedition 33 has all that. So I attempted to start streaming some Expedition 33, and nobody wanted to watch it, which is fine. I didn't have anyone to talk to, so I wasn't really saying much, and it was kind of like, I think I had one person watching in the background, something like that. Anyways, let's get into white science. So for white science, we need... Here we go. So I think it's not a cool game. It's game of the year, easy, and it's not even close. I have a lot of things that I would like to play. Thankfully, I don't have to say that about Expedition 33. I mean, I would like to play it on stream. It'd be fun to play on stream, I feel. But only if I'm talking with people. Only if there's people watching and I have, conversations back and forth. Like, what? Let me see what we have again. So we have 16 people. Just lost a couple. Whatever. That's fine. Up to 18. We've had as many as 18. I don't even know what all I can see on the stream health. What is that? Stream status is poor. I don't even know what that means. As of right now, I need to change video resolution. The current is not supported by this configuration. Whatever, that's fine. I don't even think I can do that right now. Anyways. What was I saying? So we have 16 to 18 people. We've got couple people chatting, right? I would say maybe 90% of the people are not here to chat, which is, fine. Unfortunate, because I would love to chat with everyone, get a conversation going, other people, and, interject or whatever. Maybe English isn't their first language. I have a lot of people that watch that don't speak fluent English. That's fine. I think it's impressive as hell. I can only speak one language, so anyone that can speak my language and their language, that's sick. That's crazy. Like, I tried to learn a new language, and it's not for me. I tried learning Japanese a couple of years ago, and I didn't make it very far. Let's just put it that way. I couldn't even recall some of the stuff that I was trying to learn. It's hard to chat when playing Factorio at the same time on a laptop. Yeah. Well, but I wanted to play. I wanted to play some Expedition 33. I feel like I feel like that's a game that I could both read and play at the same time. Japanese might be the hardest. It is not. I promise it's not. Chinese is by far, and it's not even close. English speakers, it's still Chinese. The basic structure of the writing. Which one? Japanese? Wait, sorry, what did you just say? Right, learning Korean. So Korean has at least Korean has a written alphabet. They don't really use like Japanese is kind of like half. They have like two alphabets and the kanji. Chinese is like just the symbols. They have no alphabet. It's just you need to know what let's say the picture. You need to know what the picture means, and that's it. Like, and the way that they like pronunciation is everything for them. I mean, to other languages to a degree too. The history of Korean writing and language is amazing. I would love to look into that actually if I get the time. So, but Chinese, it's like you can say something one way and it means something. And again, like every language has this, right? You can say something a certain way. Uh-oh. You can say something a certain way and you say it a completely different way and it has totally different meaning. Like not even close, depending on where like your emphasis is on the word that you're speaking. Completely different. Yeah. I I I keep wanting to say kanji, but kanji is technically Japanese, so I don't know. I don't really know what the symbols, the Chinese symbols. Um, did I bring? I did. We just need to get some power going. So yeah. Um, I don't know why I brought the. Why did I bring these up? I'm gonna send these back down. I don't need these. I do need these. I have one. I have no plan on how we're gonna set this up, by the way. We're just gonna wing it. We're gonna need some crushers, yes. How do I actually want to set this up? So we're probably gonna have a little bit of a loop. We need somewhere to put our white science. For white science, we need ice, we need iron, we need carbon. So I need iron ore. Totally just winging this. So yeah, success for me. I feel like I'm successful right now. Okay, so I do want to try to keep these somewhat organized. So asteroids are going to be on. Do I want to do it on the inside? So let's say that I didn't want to do it on the inside. I would need to. Do it like this. Is that what I want to do though? Probably not. We're gonna go on the inside. Missed it. Oh, those were on the inside. Rip. Ooh, my wife should be home soon from work. Yay. I didn't need to have this close or this far away. I could do this. I could do this closer. Technically, nope. I take it back. I take it back. Abort. Do it like this. So we're gonna need. What did I say? We're gonna need. Do I actually want to do it like this though? Because if I had, so I need some smelters. Unfortunately, I did not bring any smelters. Let's grab some of those real quick. Do I have any on me? I do not. I sent them all to my little furnaces. Sorry, not smelters. Okay, so I need some of those. And this is for our iron plates. Unfortunately, I cannot jump this because I do not have blue. That's how I did it the last time. But what I can do is take this. Did I just really add that twice? I did. So I can take this. And we need crushers too. Nope, I'm gonna leave this section for crushers. Okay. Let's go. Uh-oh. That's bad. Oh, geez. Anyways, I was talking earlier about playing other games. Yeah, I was playing games. Nobody was there. Nobody was chatting. It was a very terrible stream. You can go watch it. Only a good stream if you have someone to talk to, right? Where did I just lose that? Wait, where was I? Uh-oh. What? I don't have... Oh my gosh, I don't have... I didn't place the, whatchamacallit. Here. Did they leave? They should have set up over here. I'm in the top... Okay, I'm almost there. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to kill these. Never mind. Easy. Man. Well, at least on the bright side, that's the first time that I've had them break through. That's a long way for them to travel, though. That's impressive. And they're always going to move towards my base. At least that much is, you know, we know that much. Okay, so we're going to beef this side up. Man, I got to get those. I got to get the artillery. "52 kills this guy had. So he just ran out of ammo. And 20 ammo. This guy's fine. We need to get to Volcanus so fast. My goodness. And I need to... I have the cargo landing pad. Nope, that's the starter pack. Did I make a cargo landing pad? I should have made a cargo landing pad. So, oh man, for those of you just joining, finally had a biter breakthrough. First one. That's the first. Sorry, that's the first time that they've gotten within my walls and set up something. Not necessarily the first time that they've gotten in my walls, but. So I had a drop pod. Where did it go? Excuse me. Am I just blind? There it is. Okay, found it. Alright, so we need to take care of that. I need to figure out where I'm going to put this. Obviously I do not need those in my inventory. What is blinking over here? Oh, we don't have any prod modules. I can't make any at the moment. That's fine. I don't need them anyways. And my wife is home. Fine. Okay, so I think for now, like I'm just gonna, and I have these two, so I do. Okay, I have not made a drop pod. I thought I had. I've cargo landing pad. Did I not make one of those? I made the starter packs over here. Okay, so we need to make one of these. I can just hand make one. Concrete. I'm not storing the concrete anywhere, unfortunately. Steel processing units. Yeah, I'm not going to sit there and hand collect that. We're just going to get an inserter to grab some of this. I don't think I wanted to just fill it up. And I'm not worried about it going back in either, so we can just collect that much. What did I say, 200? 200, okay. Get some steel and some blue circuits. And now we just need the concrete. And there we go. Okay. Let's get this made. And crafting. We don't, okay, yeah, we don't need quality for that at all. So I think for now I'm just gonna drop this over here. Like I could leave this room for rocket silos. Eventually this is gonna come down. I have all this space. This is gonna be removed at some point. Yeah, we're just gonna toss it over here. Hey, and I already have these in my inventory, so might as well just grab those two. Add on some of those. I don't really need this. Like, we're not going to be bringing that much back here anyways, so. But I will need this for, as let's say, some science, some white science, once we actually get to the point where we're making it. Okay, back to our space platform. Now, and don't, like, remember too, this is eventually going to be, this is going to be our ship. We're not going to make a space platform. Okay, so I can have white science on here and still make it my ship. I would just need to be able to have defenses on here. Okay. We can also, I'm not really a fan of doing this, but once we get the crushers, we can have put this one right in the middle, and then we can have the crushers put some of their materials back in here. I can circuit limit this. So let's see what that looks like. So this is going to be, let's say, iron. So let's do like this. And then I'm going to circuit connect all of these. Enable if iron ore. These do not spit out. They do spit out. Uh-oh. Hold on. Turn you off for a minute. Iron ore is less than 50, so we're going to need to filter these two. So this is filter for iron ore. This one's going to filter for carbon. This is so the asteroids don't go back in. And ice. I mean, we're just going to do like a stack of each anyways. I don't need that much. Enable if carbon is less than 50. Enable if ice is less than 50. Now we can bring in, and then we need to use a filter to, where's the filter these? Except that's a bad idea. The reason why that's a bad idea is because we have asteroids on the inside. So for me to be able to... Tell you what, we're going to take the filter off. No, filter. Sorry, no filter, no filter, no filter, and then anything here. Anything that any asteroids that come in, we can just filter these as well. Indiscriminately. We don't have to limit this. We want all of it out. Okay, so that gets us to iron ore. That gets us to ice. That gets us to carbon. So that is 2 already in. Nice. I could have used productivity, or not productivity, efficiency modules too, but whatever. And then did I not? Wow, it took the bots that long to get this up there. That's crazy. All right, let's see how the science is going. I did not put anything. Oh my gosh, I didn't put anything in that one. All right, we're just gonna set a chest up. One for in, one for out. 2 chests. This is what I meant by failing science. So, yeah, we'll just dump all that in there. That is exactly the amount of red science that I need. So red science is good. We need 500 for those that have recently joined. We need 500 science to be able to get thrusters, because I had to tear down my starter base because we needed the space to make the components. And now that we are in space, we also need the white science. So we need the white science and more green science, more red science, more blue science. So I have some of those being crafted. Where did I bring the blue sciences over here? Let's see. Blue science is probably fine. Where's my blue science? Blue science is fine. All right, so this can just be... I'm just going to delete that. We can just delete that too. Yeah, just delete it all. I need to take care of that manually. Red circuits have been not going the whole time, I guess. Anyways. Okay, so blue science is covered. Red science is covered. Green science is on the way. White science has not started production yet. You do not want these to fill up, so let's say let's do 50 with these two. So enable if iron plate is less than 50, and I'm going to copy this and paste it over there. We are producing white science, finally. I need, if I haven't, I'm requesting white science. Okay. This is one thing that drives me crazy about this game. So it's going to start sending us the white science. It's just going to trickle it in. So um, I normally have like combinators set up in a way that allows us to kind of like request in things, but it won't request in the stuff that just kind of trickles in. It waits until it says, okay, if I'm requesting in 200, it's gonna wait until I'm missing like 2/3. Let's say 60%, like 70%. Wait until I'm missing like 70%, 66%, whatever, and then it's gonna request in the full amount. So I don't know if I want to set that up right now. I don't think it really matters because it's not like it costs us anything. It doesn't cost us anything to send from space down. So probably not a big deal. I usually do it for the planets, and the reason why I do it for the planets is because if you have a mobile space platform up in the air and it's just trickling stuff down to you, then it's not moving. It's not gonna like leave, especially if you have like an inactivity section or whatever. So because of that, I like to kind of set up that little section of like just the combinators to kind of make sure that everything comes down all at once. So now we're just waiting on green science. Let's limit this. Make sure that we don't accidentally get something else in there. And I don't have requesters. Obviously, why would I have, we're only at blue science right now. And then, so I'm going to have to manually grab a lot of this stuff. Man. Our radars are doing their job, and that's a lot of biter nests. We're going to start really feeling the pressure soon. I need to get to Volcanus. Like, unfortunately, it's not going to happen today. Okay, I'm not going to say not, but we might get there. I haven't checked oil in a while either. Okay, we're still fine on oil. Hey, look at this. For those of you that were here yesterday when we set up the latch, it's working as intended. Now we actually have stocked up light oil. We have a little bit of heavy oil, which, we don't really have to have. We don't need. Petroleum gas is packed full, so materials on the belt are doing fine. Steel, man, I gotta get okay. I should have an excess. We're just gonna do this real quick. So we have an excess of quality modules from when we tore down our base. We are slowly running behind on steel because the patch is running out. But thankfully, because we tore down the starter base, we have a whole mining patch that we have access to now. And I have a lot of quality modules that I can use to fill that in. So we're going to use that as kind of like a supplement for our, oh my god, this rocket fuel. Not supplement. We're going to be complementing. We're going to add in some more iron here because look at that. That's nuts. I have this whole full iron ore right next door. Ah. But it has no quality, so we are not shoving it through the iron. So they are going to eventually merge. These two are going to merge. Let's just do that now. So before I get to the quality, we're just going to use the belt balancer. So I'm going to go to a 4 to 2. Oh, that's easy. Alt U, I can downgrade this with control. then I'm going to cut and paste that right on. Okay, now let's go set up the quality. And yes, I'm going to eventually get rid of these. Molten metals have pros and cons without quality, yeah, or with quality. And that's one thing that I'm keeping in mind. So I've talked about it a little bit. So whenever I set up my gears, I set it up with the idea that I was going to be using molten metals with the foundry. And then before I got, so I have gears on the bus, and before I got to pipes, which I also have on the bus, I kind of determined that I'm probably going to end up having a mix of both. So I'm going to have anything normal quality is going to probably, I'm just going to run it, I'm just going to convert it into molten metals and then use that to make stuff. But I need a way to deal with the quality without having to have quality calcite here. So anything that is quality, that is an ore, so specifically iron ore and copper ore, anything that is a quality is going to be made in a furnace. Is what we're going to end up doing. Did I even grab enough modules? I don't think I did. I started the process of adding quality to these. Nope. Well, I'm not going to be casting plates necessarily. I mean, I am. I'm just going to make sure that I need to make sure that I'm consuming some of the quality. Otherwise, it'll just pile up and, you know, ruin us. Ooh, one stack less. So, I mean, like I said, there will be casting. We are going to be making basically everything that we're making without. And I'll solve that problem later. We don't even really know. So we were kind of talking about it earlier. Yes, quality rolling as many steps as possible. So because if I, like, let's say that we're in late game, right? And I've got quality modules in here. Right now it's just rank 1, no quality. Let's say I had rank 3 quality modules, legendary. Rank 3, I mean, obviously this was going to be depleted by then, but you know, you get what I'm trying to say. We're going to have a lot more uncommon quality, a lot more rare quality, and by that point, epic and legendary, obviously if we've unlocked legendary. I'm going to have all this quality coming in. To be able to convert it into a molten liquid, I need calcite. So for every 50 uncommon iron ore, I would need an uncommon calcite, and the only advantage that I get from that is converting it into a normal quality liquid, because liquids can't be quality. So that's why I'm thinking that what we'll probably do is I'll just only send normal calcite. If we even do that here, I haven't even really decided on that. You know, someone else mentioned earlier, and you know, it was a good idea, that why would I even send foundries here to begin with? If I'm going to be doing a lot of production on Volcanus, then why not just do everything on Volcanus? The only thing that I even need Novice for eventually is Productivity 3 modules. So, you know, there will be stuff being made here. So Productivity 3 modules, Biter eggs, biolabs for science. That's the only thing that you really need to do on Novice, ultimately. And if we're producing as much as we can from Volcanus, then, you know, it doesn't really make sense to keep a lot of this stuff around. So, and that's kind of the crappy part, is I need to be able to get off the planet. And I want to be able to get off the planet as fast as possible. But I have to make all this stuff to get off the planet. But once I'm off the planet, let's say, I won't really need most of this stuff. We're going to have like a giant reset on Volcanus. It's not using prod on the highest quality tier. Conscious decision. Well, I mean, yeah, that's fair. Like we probably don't have to have it. It's definitely very helpful for like your last ships. My Promethean ship. Here, let me show you that real quick. The Promethean ship that I made, this one, I had full um, rank 3. Well, okay, maybe not always prod modules, but I had largely legendary. Oh, you can kind of see in the bottom. So I've got 100 rank 3 legendary productivity modules, 116 epic rank 3 speed modules, 204 legendary rank 3 speed modules. And even with all that, I was still struggling. 4 epic rank 3 quality productivity modules. Blah, that's a mouthful. Um, and I was struggling to keep up with materials. Like we were running out of like any meaningful distance that my ship traveled, and just despite having like all of these collectors and using the best machines that I could, getting as fast as we could, limiting um the only thing that I maybe could have benefited from extra after this would have been the military rank stuff, like the damage increases, and my ship was still struggling to make it to the shattered planet. I didn't do this on camera, but off camera I did make it to the shattered planet with this or at least a similar, kind of similar, no, not this one. A different ship that was very, very similar to this one. I spent hours making the trip to the Shattered Planet, and it was ultimately, there was a lot of manual intervention, a little bit of editor mode, so it was cheaty, and yeah, this one could basically just get several thousand, 30, I think it was like 30 to 60,000. I don't even know if it was that much, to be honest. Something like 30 to 60,000 Promethean chunks. And lots of close calls. Okay, so this is why are you should be beefed up. Why are you what? What did I miss? Oh, this is not a true balance. Okay. All right, let's do a true balance. Total throughput. Get the balancer book out again. Let's do total throughput. That's right, throughput unlimited, not total throughput. And downgrade that. Yay, my wife is home. Yeah, this is almost completely burned out. This is a good time to swap this over. Hey, look, more quality modules. Sure, mom gets home and the cats come out and they're like, hey, feed me now. I have 3 cats, by the way. Yeah, they haven't been fed yet. They're I haven't seen them all day. Cats are great. Yeah, cats are great. I love my kitty cats. I've always been a cat person. I've never been a dog person. That's why I jokingly earlier said something about, slapping a puppy. Country music makes me want to slap puppies, and I said that's actually a bad example because I don't like puppies to begin with. I mean, puppies are cute, but give it a couple of weeks and puppies are no longer cute. So we used to have a pug. You have a cor. You had a cor. Your corgi is named after your cat Sammy, and Sammy was raised the corgi to be more cat-like. That's interesting. So I've got another World of Warcraft story for you. So we used to have a pug. Not a dog person either, but corgis are cute. At least they're small. So we used to have a pug, and my pug's name was Scooter. So I told the story a little bit earlier about how I got some of my names. So my very first World of Warcraft character was a night elf hunter named Alknir. So I had a friend that was really big into PvP, and he was playing a Beast Mastery hunter, and he was, like I said, he was pretty big into PvP. He had a pet named, oh my gosh, I can't remember the name of that pet, Wingdinger. So he had this cat back in Vanilla WoW named Wingdinger, and I asked him, I'm like, why would you name your pet Wingdinger? That just seems like the weirdest thing, like, that you could ever have. And he says, if you were killed by something named Wingdinger, do you think it would piss you off? And I'm like, well, yeah. He's like, Wingdinger. And I'm like, okay. What if I had something similar? So I went and got the same cat, the best cat in vanilla. Most of you probably know which one it is. I mean, maybe that changed between now and when Classic came out. Didn't realize 3 hours behind on the stream. That's fine. That's okay. Streams, people pop in, people pop out. It is what it is. I do try to frequently update, like kind of show like, okay, this is what we've done. It's a little irritating maybe for people that have been here for a while, but I don't care. Like, I don't mind getting someone caught up quick. So anyways, back to my World of Warcraft story. So yeah, this guy named his cat Wingdinger, and I ended up getting the same cat, Broken Tooth, from Vanilla, Classic and Vanilla. But this was 20 years ago in Vanilla. Oh my God, has it been 20 years already? More like. No, this was 2005. So I got the same pet. The pet had like a 1%, less than 1% attack speed if you were a Beast Mastery Hunter. Or maybe it was 1% attack speed. Big deal. Awesome for PvP back then. So I was like, okay, well, if I'm going to name a pet something that is just really irritating, what am I going to name the pet? So I named it Scooter. My pug's name was Scooter. The pug came after the cat. Virtual cat. I did not name the pug. That was not my choice. Yeah. Military Sciences Online? Nice. So you've got... was that the first one you did? Because they all wanted to go... all your trains wanted to go military science, right? Let's check the green science that I have. We need 289, if I recall. We have 161. Oh, I just dropped... I didn't even really pay attention to what I was doing. Yeah, I just dropped that. Okay, so we have some more of that. We're just gonna make another space platform. We might as well have it going, right? Just kind of prepare for more in the future. I need to get some legs. Like, this is... I keep running back and forth. You have red, green, and blue science up and running. Never got military started. Now I'm having a problem with biter nests and can't kill them in the basic game. Oh yeah, that's rough. It's nice when you swap over though. Like just changing from yellow to red is just like, oh, that feels way better. Okay, so we're gonna make another space platform. Now let's do volcanoes. This is just kind of to roughly get us started soon-ish. Because obviously we need to get there soon-ish. I have... Okay, I need to get some more space science. Because, again, we're kind of like finishing the prep on... Okay, that's right. Finishing the prep on getting some thrusters. I already have a section for thrusters for those that were here yesterday, so I have... Everything is lined up. This is where our thrusters are going to be. So I already have... Oh. Also, for those that were yesterday and didn't see me learning from my mistakes, I almost just did it again. Oh, and I didn't even do it here. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Trying to learn from your mistakes is rough. Especially when you continue to make the same mistakes. Alright, so this is here. Quality run, but no quality science. Well, I mean... You have to have science going to have quality science. So, whenever I started this run, I had a starter base, and my starter base was down here. So the general idea and the goal of this run, one, not mandatory quality, but focus on quality the best that I can. Two, try to play it out more like, you know, what normal people might play. So that involves having a lot of science on Volcanus. Well, if I'm making a bunch of science on Volcanus, why am I going to waste the time making it here? Because I'm just going to be making it here just to be able to leave. So as a result of all that, I remade my starter base. Your bricks aren't coming in? Rough. That should be easy enough to fix though, right? So my starter base, the one that I used to make, I don't even have the blueprint for it anymore. I kind of deleted it. I can show you. I'm not gonna worry about it. I was just in another save file that had my old starter base. Really kind of tiny. It only gets red and blue, red and green science. And I was like, okay, if I'm gonna go through quality and I'm gonna try to get off the planet as fast as I can I remake a starter base that actually contains blue science? Can I get bots? I want to be able to get to bots with a starter base. That's what I did. So my starter base is not there. Where's my tutorial? Tutorial blueprint. So this is my starter base now. It's pretty chunky. I didn't have it lined up like this. Don't have it here either. Did I not actually just put my starter base down? Whatever. Anyways, you get the idea. I had the starter base, and yeah. Anyways, the starter base had up to blue science, so I wanted to make sure that I had blue science, and that way I could get off the planet because blue science gets you, you know, blue circuits. It gets you LDS. Sorry, kids. What was I saying? Okay, so Gets us blue circuits, LDS, uh, rocket fuel, the components we need to be able to launch a rocket. Um, where was I going with that? Oh, and that's basically what I wanted, right? So I redesigned my starter base to be able to, have red science, green science, blue science, military science. Well, to get off the planet, we need white science plus all of those. But unfortunately, to be able to have room over here, which is where my starter base was, I had to tear down my starter base, not really thinking about and realizing that I still needed a little bit of extra science. Is making generic science on Volcanus really worth it? Well, I'm not going to be. I'm going to try to focus on quality on Volcanus. I always thought the ship import overhead on performance wasn't worth it in the end game. Well, you're going to be shipping in stuff anyways. I mean, a lot of people find it to be worth it to maybe not. And you know what? That's fine. I'm not looking for like overly optimized. Sure, it's a game about efficiency and optimization, but I I'm just looking to do something different, pretty much. Just to dabble around with things, test things out. That's the hard part about Factorio is if you want to like test out what it's like working your way up to something, it's pretty large time commitment. And I just kind of like doing things different for viewers. So, but I redesigned my starter base. Didn't have enough science. And okay, and before we even get into like shipping, we don't technically need to ship anything initially. Not until later, anyways. You also heard it tends to eat through all the coal patches, especially with military science. No, that's a fair assessment. In my last playthrough, though, I'll just show you this real quick. I had a similar comment. Someone said, "Oh, well, this is probably a bad idea because of how much coal you end up using." This is the end of my last playthrough. And this is kind of where I started practicing for quality. I didn't really tell anyone I was practicing for quality, but you can kind of see that I have a lot of my intermediates on the top. My science is on the bottom. My rockets and rocket supplies, research and stuff is on the bottom. That was kind of like an afterthought. Goal was to try to put some stuff on the top and work with that. So here's Volcanus. I've never removed any of these miners. Maybe I did remove some because there's obviously something missing here, but in here, okay. I lied. Obviously, I've removed miners, but this patch still has 7.8 million. Now, I've been taking, like, I have snapshots, let's say, of every single point that I've made a video. So I have 7.8 million. This is a relatively fleshed out base. It's a pretty full base, right? It's not the starter base. The starter base was over here, so to be fair, I did, like, this was my starter coal. But let's go back. I don't know how far back I can go and still have visibility. I'm gonna say around 12. Nope, I'm still on. Why am I on novice? Still? Oh, that's the first part. Sorry. Here we go. 8.3 million. So in the entire game that I let game playthrough, I only used 500,000 coal from this patch and ate up another 500k from. So I only used 1,000,000 coal. To be fair, I wasn't making everything here. Maybe it might have been that the person I heard it from was just allergic to prod. Yeah, maybe. I had a lot of mining productivity here. 16 at this point, but by the end, where did that go? 72. I think now I don't even remember. I want to say close to 100 at least. Okay, not even close. 59. So I had mining productivity 59. Oh, and I was talking about the Promethean ships earlier too. So since we're already in this save, which is the last guide that I had before quality, we can see. Let's see, bots, 14. Explosives, so rockets. I had 16 damage, 15 damage on the laser weapons. Where's the railgun damage? I was trying to get to 10 because I've heard that. I haven't done any testing on this myself, but I've heard that 10 is, you know, pretty good for 10 is like the cap for speed, or maybe a soft cap. I don't know for sure. Damage could probably just continuously go up. A Promethean ship. Like I said, one of the biggest regrets that I have was that even though it didn't do anything. Wait, do I still have the? Okay, this is the fun part about streaming. There's stuff that I probably wouldn't have shown anyone in a YouTube video, but now I have the opportunity to kind of go through and show some of the stuff. So this is my test world. This is where I do a lot of my like playing around, just kind of able to delete stuff, so you can see that this is my Promethean ship. I don't think this is the final concept though. Yep, look at this. So I actually have my gun turrets on this ship. Completely different from the way that I had the other ship, right? I had mentioned that I had railgun turrets. I only used laser turrets and rockets and railguns. So check this out. Kills are in the thousands. Damage dealt 140 million for this one machine. Okay? 1.5 million for this machine. This was the reason. Damage dealt 0. Damage dealt 0. Okay, this was not the one I tested, obviously, because it did have some damage, but it was in the like tens of thousands. But I feel like having those gun turrets was actually worth it. Never done test worlds or anything. I've enjoyed it. So here's my like novice test world. I have just like this giant grayed out area. I tested my RoboPort grids here. Here's my starter base, and multiple tweaks, let's say. Looks kind of the same from here, but it is definitely different. This is where I think I built, no, I did not build my, yes, I did build my starter base here. This was me taking different segments because I made a tutorial on how to make this. So this was me kind of like deconstructing my starter base, matching it with the RoboPort grid, which I don't use anymore. This was a fun RoboPort grid to use for the time being, but testing out belt weaving, I tried a couple different ways. Like this hole into your knob, even went completely extra and integrated biochamber, cracking, rocket fuel, and even a compost to turn spoilage into extra coal just because. Honestly, my my Gleba base is, I love it. I'll show that to you real quick in a second too before we go back in and finish our sorry, the science, getting the thrusters. Bricks falling in, nice. Walls are made, military science about to be made. Need another machine to make walls. One should be fine. One walls should make 10 machines worth of military science. I think that's right ratio. Yeah, so like anytime someone says, "Oh, well, you didn't do the work," yeah, I do the work. Do I have remnants of? Yeah, I have remnants of testing, attempting to test my. I didn't end up using solar panels, but attempted to test. I have various attempts at making different stuff like this. Biochambers in your office. I've never used biochambers outside of Gleba.
Yeah.
Look at there you go. This is how I started producing a lot of this stuff. Check this out too. You can be extremely cheaty. This is the craziest amount of science you'll ever see because it's just generated right into the legendary with legendary prod modules. Yeah, and I had this whole massive field just set up. You could just instantly do all your science. Yeah, so that's why I like to do stuff like that. Like I like to have this for testing. I think I did some other testing too. Was it on Fulgora? So this is where I tested a lot of my upcyclers. I actually created on my YouTube channels these upcyclers in this little section in these worlds. Yeah, I've never used biochambers. Okay, I take that back. I've used biochambers a little bit outside of Gleba, but it was like maybe one of the first playthroughs that I had, and it was it was fish breeding. They're good for sucking in the pollution. Yeah, true. I still don't do it. So okay, before we go back, I'll just show off my Gleba real quick, and I'm huge fan of what I came up with. It's way overkill for the most part, except for the science, but the science was not enough. So this is kind of my like Gleba section. This is my science. So each one was kind of like a not quite modular, but it was its own dedicated, had its own dedicated power. You've used biochambers for oil cracking? That's crazy. It's complete overkill, not worth the effort. I've never even considered it. What do you wait? Biochambers for? I might learn something. What are we looking at? But you need the nutrients though. So would you just like import some bioflux? You did it because you were surprised that you can do it. You imported bioflux and then made your nutrients from that. Super easy. Use biter eggs. Oh, that's fair too. You can convert. Where is it? Here it is. Yeah, biter eggs. Imported bioflux for biter nest and then use biter eggs. Okay. You know what? I might have to give that a shot. I didn't even think about that. And I love learning. Oh my god, and the freaking rockets. See, this is the kind of stuff that I do enjoy. I like, you know, the thinking outside the box stuff. Okay, let's get back into my world. Quality. Experimented with fish nutrients, so fun. Honestly, the only I don't know. That seems like it would be a pain. I mean, I suppose if you wanted to like, you know, it would you'd be able to keep stuff going, right? But I mean, most people are just gonna use the fish to try to get like a legendary Spidertron. Turn my base off to allow pollution to go away. You know what? Like, I'm not, despite what we're doing now, like I'm not a, you can kind of tell. I enjoy just kind of like hanging out and doing stuff while playing the game, so it's kind of the same thing. I I will honestly like, let's say before I started making content, I would like play Factorio very slowly and watch a show. I would like watch a whole show while just kind of dabbling around with Factorio. I would come back and my pollution would be gone. It's like making content. What? It's true.
The whole summer? You spent the whole summer
No, no,
getting
no,
rid
no,
of
not this
biters'
summer.
nests. Not this summer.
Oh yeah, that summer was fun. I was playing space exploration with a buddy, and oh my gosh, I still have that save file. I'm not gonna show that one off.
No.
I've already spent enough time not playing the quality. So okay, I was playing Factorio with a buddy. This was 2 years ago. I think this was about 2 years ago. I was playing Factorio with a buddy. He wanted to play space exploration. Now he wanted to do space exploration plus K2 plus Castorio, right? I was like, screw that. Space exploration is gonna be bad enough by itself. I was right. Like space exploration is pretty rough. So he decided to purchase a server for us to be able to play on, and did all the configuring and stuff like that. It was a nightmare. We tried 3 times to get started. I was bad at the game back then. He was bad at the game back then, but I was way better than he is and was. So, so we started playing, and it got to the point where we were kind of getting into a roadblock, and I just kind of decided that I was just gonna, like in space exploration, you can actually explore the entire novice planet. It's not like the live game where you have 2 million pixels in one direction. You know, it's not like a near infinite map. Um, you can actually explore the whole thing, and the radar system where it just like goes all the way around. So we ended up exploring and unlocking all of Novice, and I decided that I was going to try to clear the whole thing of biters, and that was, yeah, me and artillery shells and flamethrowers, and I had a little pillbox. As a matter of fact, I already left. The pillbox was based off of this design. Novice. I didn't put this in the bus, did I? No, I did not. This. Oh my gosh, can you... So the pillbox was like largely based off of this design, and I had an artillery in the middle. I would like bring landfill with me and just drop this out in the middle of the water and just mow down the biters. It was pretty funny. Uh, Barrels of oil, or if I had some nearby, I would maybe chain it over. Your production graph tells you you're doing 150 science per minute, or yeah, per minute. I I I You even did the tree seeds with biochambers since you had the infrastructure set up. That's wild. Um, I tried to dabble around with playing with seeds and stuff, but it just wasn't working for me. So I need another 100 white science. Green science should be done by now, I'm thinking. Unless I just didn't grab enough. Uh-oh. I lost my car. There it is. Over by the green science. Nope, we need more green science. I can start to set it up though. Like we can start doing the research now. I do not have any of these on me. Hey car, come here. Man, that rocket fuel is nice. I do not have the inventory for this. Okay. I'm gonna trash and request it. I'm gonna give this set up. So let's get some research labs. 10 maybe. I want the sciences, so I want 500 of each. Because I'm just gonna put all this in a chest and then just have a couple of research labs bring it to me or deal with it. Tree farming is one of the best ways to delete pollution. Yeah, that's fair. My last playthrough, I very largely just did I did like the efficiency modules, lots of efficiency modules, and the miners, and once I don't think I used them in the furnaces upgrading, but I definitely used them in a lot of the miners, and that was great. I was pretty impressed. I've seen a lot of people say like, "Oh, new players do that." And it's like, man, don't listen to them. They're ridiculous. The freaking gatekeepers of Factorio are just like, I mean, let's be honest, they're like every other game that you might find people slamming other people on Reddit or something. Okay, they're bringing me green science. I don't want that. We're gonna just do this over here. Let's see. We're just gonna set up a couple of these. A couple of chests. 5? Let's do 5. I knew I did not grab enough green. Yay, we can now get our thrusters and we can leave this planet. Uh, After the very large amount of time. I guess we have no need for this anymore. We can just stop. Thank you. Bro. I'm like, why am I getting so much extra? These darn bots. Guy who literally measured how much impact on game performance the various methods to delete pollutions had and found the circuit clock tree farming to be one of the most efficient. That's awesome. I would love to see that. Do you remember who it was? There's a lot of those guys out there, and it's fun finding their content. I don't even just. That's a side of Factorio that just blows my mind that people actually do that. You know, or stuff similar to it. I mean, okay, don't get me wrong. Like, I've done my fair share of testing stuff, but who cares what the most efficient way to remove pollution is? Spider nest zoos are more powerful, but take far more calculations from the game. Yeah, and it takes a lot of resources too, because you have to kind of like contain it. I mean, I don't know that much about spider nest zoos per se, but I know the idea because of, the whole spawn blocking. His name is Avic Nasty. Yeah, I've heard about Avic Nasty. His channel's Avic Nasty. Oh my gosh, this research is going to take forever. Okay, I'm going to take another break. I will be back in a few minutes. Maybe even grab some, like a small bite to eat or something. I will be back shortly. Okay, I'm back. The wife and kids are going to check out some Halloween houses. And my daughter, oh my gosh, my daughter's like, I'm gonna bring a bucket with me just in case. It's like, why are you bringing a bucket? She's like, I don't know, I might get some candy out of it. It's like, okay, you've got 6 more days until Halloween. We're we're not quite there yet. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's. Can I add in? I'm gonna chain a couple of these over. Not oh cool. We don't encourage. Uh, well, I mean, we encourage her to be creative. Uh, not in the creative that's like awkward. They're not gonna be like knocking on anyone's doors or anything. But she's like, oh, just in case. I'm like, no. How many of these do I have? I have 10. Man, this is some jank. Get some of that rolling a little bit faster. I guess in the meantime, because I don't need, so I don't need white science here anymore. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cancel this. We're jammed up anyways. And we're gonna at least start the process. I'm probably gonna take off here in the next, I don't know, 30 minutes to an hour. I might be able to give it another 2 hours. We'll see. I've been awake for 21 and a half hours. Okay, I had a little bit of a nap this morning, but yay, working nights. I guess I maybe could have tried to work it around. Nah, it's fine. We can start over. So I'm gonna try to start the process of designing whatever ship is gonna carry us to not Fulgoro. We're gonna go to Volcanus first because I need to get the artillery. You can do all. Okay. When I was younger, I used to do, let's say, all-nighters all the time. Not so much anymore. I just whacked the mic. I just celebrated my 40th birthday. A few weeks ago. Shame agriculture towers are useless in quality. Yeah, I mean, it's a shame that there's a lot of, not a lot, like, I'm not a fan of games having something that doesn't have something that's useful, I guess. Whack the mic again. Congrats, just did mine 244. Yeah, I think you said that the other day. Maybe that was someone else. I feel like my average viewer is somewhere in between this range, 30 to 50. Sorry, it's not that I assume that. I do have some of the like analytics statistics to back that up. Every now and then I'll see someone that is supposedly above 65 and I'm like, yeah, you go. Keep on gaming. My dad is also a big gamer and he oh my gosh, I actually have to think about this. If I'm 40, my dad is probably 60. Oh my god, is my dad like 63? Time flies, man. So, I had a funny... Okay. I had a situation... This was maybe 10 years ago. And we were taking someone to a horse ranch, of all things. I'm not big into horses, but... Anyways... And the friend that we were taking to the horse ranch was 14. This was 10 years ago. And she says, she's like, you know, we'd been out there a few times, and she's like, yeah, I'm, blah, 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 I'm 14. She's like, blah, blah, blah. I was born in 2004. And I went, she's like this tall. She was born the year that I graduated high school. And I'm like, that was the first time I was like, I'm getting old. And that was 10 years ago. I was like, oh, I keep smacking my mic. Oh my gosh. I was like, man, I can't believe, like, that was my first I'm feeling old moment, was taking a 14-year-old that I was like, she was born the year that I graduated. I'm like, that was like yesterday. That felt like yesterday that I graduated high school, but it is weird. I feel the older I get, the more appreciation for life I have, though. Like, I'm so much more cautious. Like, whenever I was 18, it's like, caution to the wind, nobody cares, flying down the road, whatever. The older I get, I'm like, I'll pull up to a like a stoplight. Light will turn green. Okay, now I can go. Do you guys have that too? Do you have like moments where you're like, all right, I'm just gonna be extra cautious, or maybe not like the I want to live forever type situation, but yeah, like I said, I appreciate life now more the older I get. Do I want to keep this set up? Okay, I need gun turrets. I have not sent up I have gun turrets. I have 4. Let's send up some gun turrets while we're waiting for this thruster. I have some in my inventory, right? Nope, because I removed unrequested, trashed unrequested earlier. Let's just grab like 50. That's what we're gonna send up anyways. Wait for the bots to bring it. Our slow bots. We're like so far away from being able to upgrade our bots to. I mean, I guess not really, because we're going to Volcanus, and that's when we're gonna like really start pumping our science. So it's gonna be a weird transition going to Fulgora. Volcanus. We're gonna have like a lot of, maybe there's gonna be some growing pains just because it's gonna be a little bit of like territory that I'm not overly familiar with, but we'll get there. We might have to import some things slowly because, I think in hindsight, I mean, obviously I've mentioned this before, but in hindsight, I definitely wouldn't take on all of these challenges at once. The keeping your hands clean, spawn blocking the biters, plus the cliffs, plus purely default settings, which really sucked, especially, for my starter base, obviously. I had to awkwardly grab some ore from all the way up here to be able to bring that all the way down, which I still have to clean up. And then the quality. I think I would have just focused on quality. That would have been preferable, I think. Okay, I'm sorry. I've got this weird thing. Engage with my audience. It's got this little pop-up, and I don't even know what this is for. Oh, that's letting me know that there's a members only live. That's not something that I would do. I am not gonna be like, hey, you guys have to pay me to watch me stream. What? I don't like. Why do they even have that option? Do people do that? Like, do streamers actually do that? Do people actually like? I'm only gonna stream for people that are paying me. It just seems like a weird. I don't know. I'm very anti stuff like that. Like, and again, I mentioned earlier, like it'd be nice to make a living doing this, but I mean, right now I'm just doing it for fun. I feel like it's like someone else earlier called it a job. Like they say all the time, like, what's the saying? If you love what you do, you never work a day in your life. My job, I work. Yeah, it sucks. I hate my job. But I also feel like if I were able to do this full time, it is a job. And that's the thing is like I I like people say you don't want to look at it like a job. I think it's fun. Like I mean, I enjoy this. Like if I could do this for a living, that'd be sick. I mean, who wouldn't like doing stuff like this? It's a dumb saying for capitalists. I don't mind capitalism, but I think it's a. Let's just put it this way: if I won the lottery tomorrow, I would probably still be doing this. It's enjoyable. The conversation is probably the best part. Well, mostly. It's YouTube that takes all your labor value, yeah. Um, my brother, okay, so I have a little brother. If I'm 40, he's probably 34, 33, 34, 35, something like that. And I live in Ontario now, Canada, and he still lives in Georgia. So he attempted to do some streaming. This was probably last year or the year before. Yeah, somewhere around there. He was only streaming on Twitch, I think, and I kept trying to convince him, like, man, you need to try YouTube. Like, streaming is fine, but like, you want to get you know, maybe the way that you get yourself out there and get known is, you want to do. If you want to be successful, you kind of have to do a mix of everything, which is also part of why I'm, trying to stream, and I eventually want to do multi-streaming. I've had couple of dual YouTube streams and Twitch streams. The downside is that my internet kind of sucks right now. We're gonna talk about we're gonna contact our internet provider on Monday and see if we can like upgrade to what we're paying for basically. But my brother was like, "Hey, you should try Kick," and I'm like, "I'm not gonna try Kick. It's just." So for those of you that maybe have been watching for a bit, you know that, or at least I hope you know by now that um, with my streaming, with my YouTube, it's very kid friendly. Like obviously, no kid is going to be playing Factorio. Like it's way too complicated for someone under 18 to be playing. Okay, that's a bad take. Let's say under like 14. Like kids are not going to be interested in playing Factorio. This is a game for. I just don't want to potentially offend someone, but not necessarily an adult mind, but an adult way of thinking. I guess. Like I know like I've got a couple of viewers that talk about their classes, so they're obviously in college. That's probably like a good starting point, I would say. Someone that like enjoys thinking about what they're doing instead of just mindlessly like playing a first-person shooter or something, which I'm not against, but I try to make things more kid-friendly because I've watched streamers and just drop in F bombs and F this and S the and I'm like, man, like I've got to like put my headphones on, I've got to turn my volume down because I don't want my kids to be watching stuff like that. So that's kind of like in my content creation. I try to make content in a way that is suitable if my kids are watching. My youngest is 9, 8, 9. But with Kick, it's like obviously the monetary incentive is there, but it's just completely I'm like so anti-gambling. Like at least on YouTube. So little behind the scenes. So whenever I'm obviously now monetized on YouTube. So whenever I'm setting up to monetize a video, I have the options of certain advertisers, and by default, gambling and alcohol are by default turned off, and I'm not going to turn those on. I would make more money if and again, not that money's an issue because it's chump change right now anyways, but it is cool that you can do that. It's cool that one, that you can do that, and two, that it's turned off by default, and I will never turn that on. Gambling, like I live in a very gambling heavy area, and I mean, I've seen people kill themselves over stuff like that. And I'm like, that's just so like I would never be able to stream on Kick. I don't care that it's 95%. About to turn on science? Nice. Let me go through some of these. Played SimCity all the time and SimArch. So the last SimCity game that I played was I don't know if they've even made one since, but SimCity what was that 5? I loved the music in that game. And then what's the other ones? City Skylines came out and just blew them out of the water. City Skylines was amazing compared to SimCity. It was like, hey, here's your SimCity game where you have a 2x2 kilometer grid, and City Skylines comes out and they're like, yeah, that's a good starting point. Minecraft was fun and played it years ago with a friend on a private server setup, and we went and beat it and then never played it again. Yeah, I'm pretty much in the same boat. I stopped playing Minecraft before Microsoft bought it. Missed it, but you turned my science into 3 times the amount that you need. What do you mean? You said earlier you had 150. I got early tech with 900 science. Come on, thrusters. I saw that I saw you had 150 science per second on, or science per minute on the military. Oh, it's probably something that I missed while I was uh, out on break. No. Doing all nighters. No, I think I maybe caught everything. Cost 900 instead of 300. So like unlocking flamethrowers. So my flamethrowers are not unlocked because I only went with like the bare minimum. Let's see. Flammables. No, here it is. Oh, you did a 3x science cost. Yeah, you can change that at the start of the game. I've considered. Oh, so someone was talking the other day about. So whenever I posted my how to spawn block biter nest video, someone was like, "Oh, who was it? Another Factorio content creator." They're like, "You should check out his channel." And I kind of browsed a little bit, and they were like, "Yeah, he's doing 1,000 times science cost." And I'm like, "In what world would you ever want to do that? That's not nuts. That's almost like that's like borderline psychotic." I've considered doing like a 10 times science cost, which I might be wrong on this because I haven't really tried, but I feel like isn't that like a kind of like a soft cap? Like, would you need a mod to go past 10 times, or can you actually naturally do over 10 times now? I love just waiting around for science. I'm gonna see if I can beef this up even like a little bit more. I need these thrusters. I've got them ready to go right here. I can't believe I missed this. I'm not worried about it though. We're only gonna make one silo at a time. I think you'd always type 1,000 science costs. You know what? Let's check it out real quick. Yeah, sure. There you go. Either way, that's wild. I don't know why anyone would want to do that. Got 100 science a minute and growing. Nice. I can see how it would be a little fun because, you know, like before Space Age, I mean, I showed you the attempt at mega base that I had earlier. We used to have these massive bases for like nothing, like chump change compared to what we have now. Remember trying it before in Space Age and it was basically unplayable? Yeah. Well, I would assume that the biters. It probably has to do with the biters. Like they outscale your pollution ends up outscaling, right? Outscaling what you're capable of teching up to. For those that are just popping in, we're unfortunately we're waiting on thruster tech. I tore down my starter base, which was over here, to make room for the space stuff that we need. And yeah, I did not realize that. Not that I didn't realize, but I forgot about needing a little extra science. So I've got a little bit of just stuff kind of crammed in. First attempts had default settings for biters, and behemoths showed up before I even finished researching green science. Wow. That is rough. I mean, because I mean, like even just even red ammo, just at such a low tech, just I mean, what does it do? Like 1 damage per shot? Like that's ridiculous for a behemoth. Let's say what's the batter? I'll take just half of these. I'm gonna just take like half of this and toss it in here. Man, yeah, screw that. I'm gonna turn my bots off and get them to remove that. That way I don't have to deal with it. So have you guys been looking into this? There's a like a interplanetary, not interplanetary, extra solar asteroid that's coming in from outside of the solar system. 3i Atlas or something. 3-1 Atlas, 3i Atlas. Have you guys looked into this at all? Apparently it's behind the sun right now. Like that's some pretty crazy stuff too. So many conspiracy theories around it too. People that are like, "Oh, it's aliens. It's slowing down the trail behind the comet." I think they call it a comet. They're like, the comet instead of having a trail away from the sun, is facing the sun, and it's like, I haven't seen anything on it. I like even the other day. No, this morning I was at work on break, and there was a Michio Kaku video, and I'm sitting there watching it, and I'm like, this feels like AI, and I'm like, this is AI, and then I go to the comments and it's all like AI, and I'm like, man, this AI stuff's getting good. The video, and it sounded more like him, but the video I was just like, no, that's not. This is totally AI. Can I get away with like what is actually the bare minimum that we need? I'm gonna have to spread this out. Okay, so if let's say that I kind of did the same thing that I just did with the white science, but I do ammo instead. I do like that. I suppose this is fine here. So, okay, let me just add some of this back in. I mean, we already have it set up anyways, so. I wonder how many gun turrets I can get away with having. I'm gonna need room for this to say like that. Ooh. These solar panels are like just enough. No, but the crushers are really big spenders and they're not really doing anything. I need some efficiency modules. I need some green circuits and red circuits. Let's find somewhere that has Oh man, 66% on that thrusters. Oof. Yeah, but I love stuff like that. Like, one thing that I can't wrap my brain around though, and this is like, they in science they try to explain it away by the universe expanding. But one thing that just drives me insane that I don't understand, and like, can I get like a? I don't think I have. Do I have paint on this computer? I don't even know. Hey, I have paint. Um, let me swap my scene. So let's say that this is where we are physically. Okay, so we're talking about physical, and this is where we are. This is the Big Bang. This is the center of the universe, right? We can visibly see galaxies that are that have existed since here. It has taken the age of the universe. Let's say this section here is 13.8 billion years old. Okay, we can see back to roughly the like a couple 100 million years after. So let's say that this is 13. Oh my gosh, drawing with a mouse is hard. So let's just call this 13.5 billion years. So we can see that far back with like the James Webb Space Telescope, right? So we can see 13.5 billion years into the past. This is at the speed of light. So light has taken 13.5 billion years to get to where we are. Okay? Everybody agrees on this, right? And this is one of the things that I'm about to show you. Just, yes, go on. So the problem that I mentally have with this, it has taken 13.5 billion years for the light from this galaxy to reach us all the way out here. The problem is that 13.5 billion years ago, we were not all the way out here. 13.5 billion years ago, the matter, let's say, the matter that makes up our solar system was probably somewhere over here. They like to explain this away by, well, the universe is expanding. But light would have expanded in that time period too? Like, why did it take 13.5? Like, these stars are dead. Like, they shouldn't exist anymore. 13.5 billion years ago. Those galaxies are long gone. We can, still see the remnants of them. So how did we get this far out? Or why did it take the light so long to get to us? This is the thing. This is something that just boggles my mind. And I think about this stuff a lot. And it's just like, we were there. We were right next door. We shouldn't be able to see any of this. Maybe unless, I don't know. And again, I'm not a scientist. I'm not like some brilliant mathematician or something, or one of these people that can figure this stuff out. But I'm like, does this maybe, like, it would maybe make sense if the universe was like double the age. If we had a head start like in the middle, and we're seeing the light from this now all the way out here, that would probably make a little bit more sense. Expansion would make up for the majority of this. Distance traveled, which is significantly shorter than the speed of light. distance travel would maybe make up for this, and then the rest of this would be like the expansion of the universe. But we were in the same neighborhood. I do not want to save my work, thank you. Oh my gosh, we're at 80%. We do see it. We understand that light has traveled that long and that the universe is expanding in time and space. Stretch that far from light in the galaxy is gone. Yeah, but that's the kind of the problem is why did it? If we're looking 13.5 billion years in the past, how did we get this far out? Because if the universe was expanding, would that not have also affected the light? I mean, they used to argue that that is the case because that's where the redshift came. Like the expansion of the universe has caused the light to go from like blues and yellows, and the further back you look, the more red shift there is. Has to do with the frame of my reference. Um, I I've considered that. So here was another option. Here was another way that I was thinking about it. Let me get that paint back up. So another way that I potentially thought about it was instead of looking, how can I draw this? So another way that I've thought about it is start of the universe was here, right? What we're seeing is somewhere behind us. We were somewhere ahead. And that maybe during the Big Bang, we ended up over here, and then maybe what was behind us is like over here. I mean, obviously, in this 13.5 billion years, again, that stuff is dead. So then the distance that we're seeing is more like this. But we were in the same neighborhood at some point, so it's like it didn't take 13.5 billion years to travel this distance. How did we go from here all the way over to here? We shouldn't be able to see any of this. We should be more able to see like a this. Anyways, I could just be crazy, which is fine. It's a possibility. 87%. Come on. This is the biggest mistake I've ever made in Factorio. Okay, that's a lie. This is not the biggest mistake I've ever made in Factorio. Not even a mistake, it's just kind of a, we're on the slow end right now, so. That's kind of what I'm talking about, though. We can see the first light that came. We shouldn't be able to because the first light that came, we weren't that far away from that. We weren't 13.5 billion light years away from it. Now we are. And again, this is physical space. We're physically moving through the space. You can account for the expansion of the universe for some of that, for sure. Maybe even the bulk of it, but it doesn't change the fact that we were there. Not we, but the matter that's making up our existence. The way it was explained to me, think of an expanding balloon. Well, I mean, yeah, but I mean that's still going to have the same problem. We were next to those galaxies, but as the expansion happened, the distance between us expanded. But the problem that I have is that speed of light is, we can all agree, the fastest thing that we know of, according to Einstein's laws. Nothing can go faster than the speed of light. Einstein's what were those? Not the laws of relativity. Maybe. Yeah, laws of relativity, I think, were the dealing with the speed of light. But if you think of a balloon blowing up like this, right? That's your matter moving, whereas the speed of light is that balloon's gone. There you go, special relativity. Anyways, I I don't know whether or not there's a right answer, wrong answer, if I'm just not looking at it right, or maybe I'm just being dumb, but I just think it's fun. I think it's fun, actually, to think about stuff like that. Isn't correct anymore? The relativity stuff. Yeah, I mean, because there's always the argument of, okay, well, if something's moving at the speed of light, well, then what happens if something is pushing the thing that's moving at the speed of light? So you would kind of technically have to be able to move a little bit faster, unless it's slowed down to the speed of light. I'd love to have a voice conversation with you on this just to have fun, yeah. I would love to unlock these damn thrusters. We're at 94%. Come on, you can do it. We're almost there. We're on the last leg. Okay, so let's start thinking about well, let's not start, but let's look into this some more. Okay, so thrusters, I can probably just pull up this. So let's say that we're gonna have just a couple. I'm gonna cut and paste these up. So our thrusters are gonna be, I don't know, let's say somewhere back here, right? Give ourselves room for some chemical plants. Somehow you have enough power to run. Somehow you have enough power to run your factory, but I've disconnected both my power sources. Don't know what's happened, but the factory is working and no pollution is happening. That is weird. So you're not using like solar. You're not missing. I mean, surely you're missing a power pole. Should have handcrafted speed 1s in hindsight. Yeah, that's fair. Totally valid. I have chemical plants. I have 8. Sick. No solar? Wow. Yeah, that's a good one too. Open your map and check the power line. Someone was questioning what the hotkey was earlier, and I completely missed it. To open the power lines. And they were suggesting L, but L is the logistics network. %. We're so close. I just want to be able to make my thruster fuel and thruster or oxidizer. So obviously we're gonna have to drop this down. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, no, I need to get... This is not gonna work. That'll work. Oh, okay. That makes a little bit more sense. Nuclear is pretty good with power, sorry, with pollution. Because it's not so much... Like, I don't think the nuclear reactors produce pollution. It's largely the miners, right? Or if it does, it's very, very minute. And then the heat would still be dissipating and powering your heat exchangers and your your turbines. And then the offshore pumps don't require energy, so maybe that's what it is. Like you just, yeah, maybe just disconnect all of the power poles. We could probably add some more of these into. Get rid of the ones chucking them off the side. That was a bad idea, because I'm gonna have these. Wait, why are you doing steel? Excuse me. It's doing steel. We did not filter this. Shame on me. I figured it out, and you're not running your uranium factory. Oh, I handmade some efficiency modules. I think 50 is a full stack, so we might be setting up like a partial. Is there anything else that I need to set up right now? Did I not send up gun turrets? I did not. Alright, so that'll be the remainder. I don't have any. I didn't make efficiency modules in quality. I just sent 10, and that's the first ones that I've made in this game. I generally spent all my time making, since it's largely a quality build, all of my resources for modules was poured into quality. I'm gonna build lasers and tank when it's finished. When it's finished, and block the pipe nests that are in the way. Yeah. Map is great with the oil placement. I got really lucky on the oil placement for mine too, and I have a ton of easily accessible oil. So I've got a patch down here. Once this one's kind of starting to dry up, which I mean it's still in good condition right now. I've got another one over here to the left, and then aside from that, I've got four more. Look at this: 1, 2, 2, 3, 4 within my border. So I have six decently sized oil patches within my border. Well, I'm not too concerned with, I don't really care that much. As long as we can make the trip to Volcanus, like that's literally all that matters. If I can just get there, as long as I can just get there, we're probably in a good state. And and I think I mentioned this in my Discord announcement before I started streaming. I'm like, I fully, we're probably gonna have to. We're probably gonna have a couple of restarts. I don't imagine that whatever I come up with, like the ship that I designed first, there's no way it's gonna make it the first trip. I'm pretty confident that. I mean, well, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe. Fun to make a rear tank. Yeah, I agree. The problem with that, you were here yesterday. That oh, look at. I've got some steel. And then I would have to unlock. I'm not gonna wait around to unlock a tank. Let me filter. Let's see. Let's get through. Where's my military science? There it is. Tank. I would need another 250 of each of those. That, yeah, I'm not too worried about it. Whatever it is that we need to bring with us to Volcanus, we can probably just make on Volcanus. Okay, so now I have my efficiency modules, thankfully. So that can go in there, and there, and here. No. We do not want those in there. I'm sorry, I take that back. The crushers... Well, I mean, the crushers aren't really active, though. The crushers are using more. So when they're active, they're using, like, something like 500 kilowatt... That's it? 216 versus 186. Okay, so they can come out of here. These are by. So we'll do it like that for now. A rare spaceship is... It will blast off faster, so it'll get you to your destination faster because the thrusters are... They consume the fuel faster, if I remember right. The thrusters consume the fuel faster and consume the oxidizer faster. Technically, it is faster, so yeah, it'll get there faster. We're not really aiming for speed though. We're aiming for... We just want to survive the trip. Okay, so we have... Okay, ammo is going. What am I doing? Why did I just grab that? I meant to grab this. 4 of those. Sure. Spaceship defense is easy. Yeah, well, okay, the thing about the spaceship defense right now for me is that this is the weakest I've ever been leaving this planet. Spaceship with quality ammo win. I'm going to attempt not to put any quality in my, at least some of the starter. You know what? Okay, here, let's do this. So how about when we end up beating the quality thing? I ran out of inserters. Nice. When we beat quality, I'll have some quality modules in, I don't know, my in-game ship. I'm not going to promise everything because I don't think we'd make the trip. Excuse me. I don't think we would make the trip if we put quality in literally everything on the Promethean ship. Yeah, look at, here I am again running all the way over here. I don't even know what I was running to get. I need inserters. Oh, hello. We're there. Where's my car? It's not in my inventory. I did not run all the way from over here. Thank God, man. I'm crazy, but I'm not. I'm crazy, but I'm not that crazy. Okay, actually, I'm blind. Did I like leave it on a belt and it's like rolling around somewhere? Nope. Am I actually just this dense? Oh my gosh, I trashed unrequested. Alright, let's get the car back. Yeah, go me. What if I want to send inserters? We need the inserters. Screw it, just send it. Man, this whole quality thing has just been... What a roller coaster ride. Manageable. Very manageable roller coaster ride. I'm enjoying it. It's frustrating, but I'm enjoying it. I can't... Okay, so I'm going to make a video tomorrow. Sorry. Whenever I wake up tonight, I'm going to make a video. I'm going to try to record a video, and it's going to largely focus on this, but this is where one of the biggest differences is going to start to happen. I'm going to try... So what I'm going to try to do over the course of this weekend is, I think what I'm going to try to do anyways, is I'm going to try to record videos on the stuff that we've done. Probably individual... Oh, that's a lot of videos worth. I need to try to get a lot of this out. I might even do this one with this over here and then do inserters after. Anyways, however that works out, I'm going to try to make videos for a lot of this stuff over the weekend. The video version will obviously be better than whatever current version or whatever version I have in here. I would hope that I wouldn't be able to... No, I'm not going to do that. I was going to say I would hope that I wouldn't be able to leave the starter base, because that would be a little awkward after streaming for you guys and having a starter base whenever I get back. But at some point, whenever I catch up on my videos, that's going to be where we go forward. So most of this should look the same, but they're expect some differences at some point in the next week or two, or whenever that converges. If I can get all of the videos recorded to catch us up to where we're at now and post date some of them, then that's great. And I can just, whenever I start streaming tomorrow, I can just, pick up where I left off in the recorded video that isn't going to be out for a week or whatever, or a couple days. I honestly don't know how much I'll get done, but, you kind of get the idea. Okay, I need to go to bed. I've been awake for a little over 22 hours now, minus an hour nap this morning. But we're, I would say we didn't get that much done today, but we're getting there. Still don't have how have I not unlocked thrusters yet? What is wrong with this picture? You're missing a single green science, maybe? Lots of talking, tons of talking. You know what? I've loved this type of interaction. This is great. I like it. I just hope that people don't get frustrated with maybe the little bit of lack of progression. Oh, in case you didn't know that you could do that, you can directly insert with bots. There you go, just did it. That's pipette into whatever it is that you are looking for. You have to be chatting for me to engage with you. I love it. I think this is the best part about streaming for me is being able to interact with you guys. I love it. It's because whenever I'm making a YouTube video, I'm just kind of I'm talking to my screen, right? Or I've changed the way that I do a lot of stuff lately, but whenever I was chatting before, I had my mic right up in my face. And it's kind of I think it was Day 9. Day 9 once said that when you're chatting with people in stream and you're chatting with people on YouTube video, you want to engage the audience on average at least every 10 seconds to keep people kind of engaged and to keep the conversation going, and then to try to keep people to get people to watch and stuff like that. Bro, this thing is it's literally on its last leg. What did I just do? Yeah. Now I need another red one. Can I handcraft? Let's grab some of you and honestly. If I'm not, if I don't like complete anything, I'm unlocking this thruster, these thrusters because I just want to get it like put in here. I already have the space for it. Holy, I am still on. That is right. I'm going to bed very, very soon. One red science pack short. To be honest, I don't know. We've been at 99% for. There it is. Okay, I can get rid of this now. Get out of my inventory. Adios. No, what the bot's saying. Do it. No, okay. I'm gonna get the thrusters going. Look at. I've had this set up for 2 days now. No, I set this up yesterday. Short of floating point error short, it seems. Yeah. Pretty much. It's like you have 0.001% left. Legendary labs worth it? No, they're not. Not the initial labs. Maybe later. So the way that I look at it is, let me set this up and I'll jump into my last save. Okay, we have normal thrusters. We are getting everything. So I am not going to copy and paste anything because that would start putting in lame normal ingredients. But let's go ahead and set all this up. Obviously, we do not have epic unlocked or legendary, but we are setting up for it anyways. And I need to limit these and filter them, obviously. Where are we at? Thruster. Rare. Epic. Legendary. We'll just limit these to a stack size, so 10. This one I can copy and paste. Before I copy, do this, less than 10. Copy and paste, that way I can just go and change the quality and just hit enter, E, sorry, not enter. And we always double check, right? Triple check, double check. The amount of times that I've been... Okay, they just craft that slow. The silos gobbled up all of the rare quality, I'm guessing. 10, these are filtered. Okay, so your question was Legendary Labs worth it. So this is going to be the end of this. I'm going to hop into my last playthrough real quick and kind of show you kind of what I was doing with the labs. Now I'm assuming that you're not talking about the typical labs. I'm assuming that you're referring to the in-game labs, the bio labs. Where did I have this being made? Oh, here. So I had a bit of an upcycler here, and it is generally totally worth it. So if we look at these, the research speed ends up being more than double, almost triple. So it goes from 7 to 17 and a half. Definitely worth it. And I can guarantee you, like, the research it feels really slow, even with, like, I mean, I don't have, these are all rare biolabs. I've got a legendary here. Sorry, not rare, epic, and then these 5 are normal quality, so, and this was nowhere near the amount of biolabs that I really could have used, so, yeah. Okay, that is going to be it for me. We had, what did we do? Almost 6 hours today, so I will stream again tomorrow, probably around the same time frame for me. it'll be like 1:30-ish probably Eastern. I want to have enough time in the morning or during the day that I can get some videos posted. And I'll if I make more than one, I'll try to post date them. Not try. I am going to post date them. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I love interacting with you guys. It's been great. Yeah, it's just just another side of content creation, right? Like it's fun to actually have a little bit of a back and forth and bounce ideas and answer questions and learn something. What did I learn today? Oh, the science cost was 1. Oh, I remember what I learned today. Oh, for those of you that were on this morning, the way that I was gonna set things up was the output quality thing. No, right side. This whole setup, I thought that quality would be forced down through here, which it would be, and that the normal quality would not be allowed to continue on, but it was. Might be able to get the chat on screen. I would probably need, I might need like a plugin for something like that, because I mean, technically, so I have a window. No, where did my pop out go? Technically, I have a window where I could have it, but that's kind of gaudy. It's not like it's standard, right? Um, like right now, my scene doesn't show it, but if I change my scene, that would allow. Excuse me. Yeah, yeah. I'll look into it for sure. That way, you guys don't have to play in like a theater mode or watch in like a theater mode, windowed mode, multiple devices. Yeah, I'll try to look into that. I know I see a lot of Twitch streamers do that. I don't know that much about YouTube streaming, to be honest. The main reason why I'm streaming on YouTube is because I already have quite a bit of a following, so easier for people to find. For those that aren't subscribed to my Twitch channel, which I have linked somewhere everywhere. Let me look at the stats. So we've got 9 people in the thing right now. I've had up to 18. It's pretty good. Not bad. If like I said, 90% don't chat. 1 to 2 sorry. About 10% chat, so that's good. YouTube is super easy to stream to, yeah. I mean, obviously, if I've got my settings on low enough, sorry, the latency low enough that the conversation is near instant, then yeah, that's definitely good. As long as the video quality is not suffering, then that's fine. The main reason to get chat on screen is if you upload parts of the stream as a YouTube video. So then the viewers get to see the content. Okay, so I've thought about this. I've thought about this on multiple fronts. So I know that that's pretty standard for content creators. They will stream and then they will chop up their stream. Whenever I recorded the other day, sorry, whenever I streamed the other day, now I can always download the stream. So posting like this live stream, I can download the stream at some point after, whenever I want. The other day, so this is a 6-hour stream. The other day, whenever I streamed for a little over 5 hours, it was 150 gigabytes of data. That's like at least a 10. I don't know how much storage I have. It's not, bad. It's like at least a terabyte, maybe 2 terabytes of data on the line that I have that is collecting the videos and stuff. I've had a mix of back and forth with thinking about it. Ultimately, I figured it would just be easier to re-record it because it'll only take me, it'll take me 30 minutes to record a video, right? It'll take me hours to go through 6 hours of footage. So, I mean, not to say that those are equivalent because it's not like I would only get like one video out of whatever, for instance, the stream today, but at least what I'm doing right now, like I'm far enough ahead in the stream that I can somewhat predict or know ahead of time what the problems are going to be, and it'll just make recording a YouTube video just that much faster. I also, the last YouTube video that I made, I used um, my webcam, my face cam, which I don't really know why other people don't do that. When you hear people like Mr. Beast talking about YouTube, they always say that if you can get someone's face, like a human face, with a no reaction, some kind of reaction, doesn't really matter. If you can get a human face on as a thumbnail, at least, it's people are more likely to stay and stay and watch, or sorry, click on it first. And if you have a human visible during the video, they're more likely to stay. I'm like, I a lot of the people that I see making Factorio content, they may or may not have a face cam while streaming, but most of the ones that do have a face cam while streaming don't use it while recording. And I'm like, I don't really, I don't really know why. I'm not in the way. I don't know. Some things make sense to me, some things don't. That's one that doesn't. But this, I'm glad I learned this today, because if I ever did a quality playthrough again, it would probably look a lot different than this. I don't even know if I would have to have like a full circular bus. Using something like this would probably be decently sufficient. Okay, anyways, I need to grab a small bite to eat. My wife, okay, just another quick funny story. So during my last break, my wife was like, "Hey, you got to try these chips." Now, I'm not really big into junk food. I generally like, whole foods, proteins, meats, and stuff like that. As a matter of fact, I like protein a lot because I started putting protein powder, vanilla flavored protein powder, in my coffee in the morning, and I drink 2 coffees a day. But I'll put my vanilla flavored protein powder in my coffee, mix it up, makes it nice and thick, and then I use like French vanilla creamer on top of that. Ooh, I love coffee. Oh, it's so good. That's awesome. Anyways, wife goes, uh-oh, biters. I'm in the wrong set. Okay, sorry. I said we were gonna log off. Anyways, my wife goes, "Hey, you should try these chips." And I'm like, "Okay, whatever." I put one in my mouth and I ate it, and I went, "I think this is the best potato chip I've ever put in my mouth." She goes, "What do you think the flavor is?" And I'm like, "It kind of tastes like stuffing." She goes, "Yeah, it's like a Thanksgiving turkey dinner like flavored chip." And I'm like, "This is amazing." Anyways, that is gonna be it for me. I'm gonna go get some sleep. I think if I get close to 8 hours, I don't often get 8 hours of sleep. I get like 4 to 6 hours of sleep. But I think if I get like 6 to 8 hours of sleep tonight, which probably will get 6 to 8 hours of sleep tonight, I should be able to get a lot of recording done. It's hard to self motivate sometimes, but I've been in a really good mood about self motivating lately and getting a lot of this stuff done. So I said it out loud too, like I'm on Discord with you. Yeah, you wake up every 2 hours. That's rough. My dad had a hard time. Like my dad is much larger than me. Um, I'm relatively thin, I would say. Uh, Sub 180 pounds, 170 pounds, something like that. My dad had really bad back problems. Thankfully, so far, I'm pretty good, even though I had like really bad scoliosis, undetected scoliosis as a kid. Found out for sure that I had scoliosis whenever I was 16. They usually catch it when you're like 9. Um, I worked as a I delivered furniture for the early part of like whenever I was a young adult, and I would think that I would have severe back problems by now, but that is definitely not the case. was one of the worst jobs I ever had. Thankfully, I don't have that job anymore. The one I have now, I don't like it. It's physical, it's mental, it's a job. They did tests as a child for it. So, and I think they, in where I came from in Georgia, I think they did 2 tests, and I wasn't there for either of them. So I got double missed. Or maybe it was like fine the first one, but I wasn't there for the second one, and that's when it would have been caught. I don't know. Something like that. Doesn't matter. But yeah, my dad couldn't sleep for more than like 6 hours because of his back problems. I can sleep for 12 hours, but I just don't. Especially especially since I started doing content creation like back in March. I would say I've had a lot of suffering on the sleep end as a result of trying to get some of this stuff out there and get stuff going and keep a certain schedule and stuff like that. Anyways, I'm gonna go to bed. You guys show up for the stream tomorrow. Great. I'm gonna be streaming at 1:30 Eastern Standard Time, but whatever time I posted in my Discord, that is using your local time. So I'll be streaming around then. Whatever time that might be for you, depending on the part of the world that you're in, Washington or Russia, whatever, doesn't matter. If you do, you do. If you don't, hopefully there will be some chatty people in here. That's all I really ask, is I just hope there's some chatty people. It's really hard to just sit here and just spitball by myself, but thankfully almost every day I've had a lot of chatty people, which is fantastic. Love it. It's the best part of, not even close, it's the best part of streaming. Forget that I'm gaming. Like, I just am enjoying, I mean, obviously enjoying talking with you guys and waiting for thrusters to finish. Texas, nice. We were laughing at you guys a couple years ago when, what was it, the snow like took it out, and power companies. That was it, the power companies. Something about the way Texas law works. The power companies just like charged people completely ridiculous numbers or something like that. Battletech, haven't heard of it. Thanks for the live, man. I'm loving it. Thank you for watching. Like honestly, it's been very enjoyable. I'm very thankful for my audience, as small as we are. So, and that just one real quick thing too. That's another thing that I think about too, is I'm like, again, I'm not doing this to ever become like famous or quit my job, or I would love to do it full time. I just hope that I can continue to remember where I came from, right? Like, very early in my YouTube, let's say, career, I had a huge boost from a couple of different people doing some things that are probably a little sketchy that they shouldn't have done, and those boosts actually really helped me get out to a wider audience, and wasn't massive or anything. I hope I continue, never give up. You're awesome. Thank you. I will do this for as long as I can tolerate it, which I would hope. There's been some up and downs, some rough edges, but I look at the big picture and just say, okay, viewer boost company. No, it was somebody posted on Reddit. They were like, hey, like literally like the second day after I started posting videos, they were like, hey, check out this new Factorio content creator, and a lot of people saw it. I am also looking forward to trying out some mods after this run. Okay, I need to go to sleep. I've been awake for 23 hours now, minus a 1 hour nap. I think you were doing well because you did get monetized. Yeah, and to be honest, like it felt like forever, but whenever I go to Reddit and look at some of the YouTubers on that are talking about stuff on Reddit, not specifically to Factorio, but just YouTubers in general, like I did it in 5 months, and that's pretty fast. A lot of people, it takes 2 to 5 years. Some people it takes 3 weeks. Anyways, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna post a video tomorrow, hopefully. Predate a couple videos. I'll see you guys later, and yeah, thanks for watching, and I mean it very much. Thanks for watching. Ciao. Where did my mouse go? All right, take care.